Chris Love go too crazy. Chris Love go too crazy.
Running from the stars, you won't make it far. Rolling gas in a cigar, everything I'm dropping hard. Running from the stars, you won't make it far. Rolling gas in a cigar, everything I'm dropping hard. Yeah. Smoking dope, get my mind right. Wavy in the limelight, nose bleeding, eyes white. Diamonds in my highlights, wasting all your weed in the wood and your eyes white. Fucking stays out if I die right. Rockin' Pine Club, gotta check my presentation. I'm supplying medication, hate to see my bias waiting. Couldn't bond out at the station, had to reevaluate shit. Some things are to explain, but I'm here, congratulations. Good smoke from Portland, I'm a trailblaze. All smiley faces and pinky locks when the mail came. Send me booty pics if I go back to the jail cage. Need another clock, what I'm weighing, make my scale break. Running from the stars, you won't make it far. Rolling gas in a cigar, everything I'm dropping hard. Running from the stars, you won't make it far. Rolling gas in a cigar, everything I'm dropping hard. Somebody tell a waitress I'm ordering lobster. She was begging me to pop her, so I popped her. Wade Guard official, you can tell by his posture. I just signed new shooters to my rosters. I be feeling like I'm famous already. How they heard about brand new information y'all telling? Dead broke to any damn thing y'all selling. Got new hundreds on me right now, you can smell it. Found a new plug and bought a rollie. Bodies acting like they owe me. Guacamole and anchovies. Real nigga in your face. Fake shit, I don't condone it. Man, these bodies be baloney. On my person is some doty. Everything I'm dropping hard. Best dope up in the city. She like Wavvy, come and get me. Send a kite. If you miss me, treat the third.
What's good, man?
Treat the third like the first. Got a meeting by some bitches. What's up, my boy?
Man, fucking irritated, bro. Nut, bro. You niggas, bro. Niggas don't like fucking listening, bro. Like, niggas so quick to hear only a few words, bro. Only hear a few words and then get to want to argue about the words that they heard, but instead of just letting somebody fully finish saying what the hell they need to say. You know what I'm saying? And then want to get mad. Then motherfuckers want to get mad, bro, whenever you do the same thing to them. I can't stand a nigga who throw stones and hide their hand. That is my biggest fucking pet peeve with motherfuckers, bro. But that's all I gotta say. What's up, man? When we got 40 more minutes till we start?
By 20 something. Uncle said, what's goody?
What it do, family. We here tonight, y'all know we're gonna let the building get full. It's gonna be a showdown. It's another Sunday night debate. It was about to happen. We were waiting for this moment. You can see we're all excited to bring you this good information. I'm loving the dress. Wavy is already scoring points on me. Pop, 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 looking fly. Yeah, we just waiting for the moderators and the rest of the folks to get in here. But we got a great show prepared for y'all tonight. Trust me, it is a collaborative effort to bring y'all people a high quality product. Y'all see it at different level. We're debating, but we're in the back chat discussing the format and how we doing because we want to give y'all a show. Next level. We set the bar on next level. I'm so looking forward to this debate because I've seen some of the debates in the community, the hostility, the weak information. So we setting the bar tonight. Bow!
Most definitely. Hey man, say man, as much as the guns gonna be flying and the information gonna be flying, hey man, this ain't no I don't look at this as a win, lose, or draw situation. This is gonna be a learning experience. Everybody that's watching this gonna learn something. I guarantee it. Everybody that's watching this, get your pen and paper, take notes.
This debate is gonna spark debates.
Facts.
This debate gonna spark debates, y'all. We gonna have y'all arguing for days. Watch.
They already, bro. They already arguing, bro. And you know what I'm saying? They arguing the ball right now. We went from talking about child debate, and we've been arguing, bro, for the past 2 hours. Like, bro, like, if this ain't the biggest rabbit hole I ever seen in my life.
I say, before we go down the rabbit hole, I keep telling everyone we're going down the rabbit hole. Make sure you have yourself anchored to reality.
Yeah. And make sure you stay clear of Silky D by any means necessary. Hey, make sure you stay clear of that man by any means necessary. Oh shit, he on? Oh no, that's Rambo.
Especially if you put on the hat. You put on the hat, you know you're in trouble.
Oh man,
shout out to Silky D,
Bro about to take you to Hogwarts as soon as he put that hat on. Bro about to put the magic. Hey man, let me stop, bro, before he spawn up in here, bro, because you know he is, bro.
You know he gonna hit that link.
Oh man.
Hey, my bad. Go ahead, Jalen.
Oh nah, bro, you good? I'm talking to my woman. You good?
Hey, yeah, we're gonna let we still got 30 minutes to debate. Uncle said that's cool.
That's cool.
All right, we're gonna let the crowd come in, let the building warm up, put the AC on.
Yeah.
Remember, y'all. Hey, and look, I want to say this. If y'all don't know, my panel treat Uncle Sid like the motherfucking OG that he is. So this ain't got shit to do with being biased. This ain't got nothing to do with none of that.
Hell no. I'm on home court right here. This is a home court debate. Come on, folks. We grown. It's not about bias over here. We want family here. We want family this year.
Everybody was asking. They was like, man, why Silky and Sid going at it? They ain't going at it, bro. This powerful bills. This is what we do.
Yeah, this is what we do,
like,
man.
You hop on the panel. Oh, whoever you want to call out, you gonna call out.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, Jalen. It ain't personal. It's just the information. Just the information.
All fair, love and war. You feel me?
Yeah, that's all it is, man.
Yeah.
I love to debate. I love to battle. Share my screen. This is how much I love this stuff. I troll. It's a good job, but somebody's got to do it. It's a good job, but somebody's got to do it. It's a good job, somebody's got to do it. Pseudo killer. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Got them in the scared, pseudo killers on the prowl. Put them in the water, watch them drown. Pop your head up, I'll push it down. Come to these scammers in freaking streets. So many pseudos, it's all you can eat. Step in the ring, come face to feet. Humble yourself at the masses' feet. It's a real best circus with a bunch of clowns. Classes in session, I'm a clown. Tigers in the circus, they scream and growl. Science is gon' whip, let me tame them down. I'm the ring master, come take a bow. Science is king, let me show you how. Heavy is the head, let me wear the crown. Got them on scared, pseudo killers on the prowl. Put them in the water and watch them drown. Pop your head up, I'll push it down. I'm an inspiration, imagine that. Holler pseudo killers when they spit and raps. That's game over, they got calling cap. I said I had enough. Step in the ring, I'm on the attack. There ain't no pseudo winning, leave a flat on the back. With the brightest light, with the darkest moon. Too much facts for the pseudo to consume. Can't handle truth, watch them go off. Can't keep composure, they putting soft. Can't make a point when they cut you off. The belligerent nigga, yeah, that's a loss. It's the ear of the cat, exposing fools. Ignorant nigga, and you think that's cool? Exposing lies. right, that's how we rule. Heavy as the head, the way is the crown. Got them on the scared, pseudo killers in the crowd. Put them in the water, watch them drown. Put your head up, we'll pop it back down. Yeah, right. Pseudo killers. It's the job, but somebody's got to do it. It's the job, but somebody's got to do it. It's the job, but somebody got to do it. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers.
Ah, shit.
That's just to understand I'm having fun. I'm you know what I mean? I know, rapper. We just having fun. We building our community over here where we do the debating, we get it in, and you can see it's all in good fun, folks. So don't take it all serious. It's not a matter of contention, but it is how we learn, how we grow. We share information. It forces us to engage in scholarly endeavors, and we just raising the bar in our community because we see it being done in other communities where they engage in these type of debates on a weekly basis. We're going to build the same type of environment over here, forcing people to get in, do the scholarship, and just elevate our communities with these type of formats. So it's the countdown is going on. We waiting for the building to full up. Share the show, hit the like button. Mandine Kamali, where you hiding in the bushes, Nick? Somebody's gotta moderate this debate. Get up here.
It's a good job, but somebody got to do it. It's a good job, but somebody got to do it. It's a good job, but somebody got to do it. It's a good job, but somebody got to do it. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, and it's part of being in this community that creates and stimulates that creative drive. It's inspirational, man. I'm having fun. As long as you're having fun, then that's what life's about.
Most definitely.
So we live. Let me share the link in the Pseudo Killers Discord. Get the fam over here. Y'all hit the like button, share the show. Let everybody know it's happening.
It's going down.
It's going down. Is the Bible an anti-African book? What say ye?
It's going down. It's going down. Hey man, I want to let everybody know, you know what I'm saying? Powerful bills only. How we do it over here. Hey man, you call somebody out, they gotta get their paper. You gotta get your mans. You get called out, you gotta get your mans. And I was up here having a conversation, and Uncle said call me out. You know what I'm saying? Uncle said call me out. That's why we here today. You know what I'm saying? We standing on our square, we presenting our information, and at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? We here to learn. That's what it's all about.
That's the fact. And this is how you actually grow. You engage in these conversations, and in the conversations you reach a point of contention. And the point of contention is the place in which the learning experience happens. And we want to share that growth and that exercise with y'all today. So we're debating, is the Bible an anti-African book? Hit the like button, share the show, tell a friend to tell a friend, go to your Facebook or your Instagram, share it with 10 people. Let's get the chat more full than it ever was before for this showdown. JJ, you gotta hit the button. Get up here.
Hey, Bo, you there? Me and Bo had an in-depth conversation earlier. I want to see if Bo got any questions for Bo, you there? All right, Bo stepped away for a second. You about to say something, Jay?
What was this conversation?
Oh no, it wasn't no conversation.
Oh.
You talking about with me and Bo?
Yeah.
Oh,
you know I'm trying to learn.
He was asking me about the alien shit. About the drones. You seen they had the drones.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah, the drones and stuff. Yeah, bro. Matter of fact, you seen one over here in Galveston. No bullshit. If you actually was like at the like look over towards the beach, you'll see him along the Gulf Coast. You know, but
Shout out to Pan Dimas, the Pan African in the chat. Y'all subscribe to his channel.
the Pan African atheist. Oh yeah,
Hey, that's me right there. I'm a Pan African atheist. I ain't never seen one like that.
We're black atheists up in this moment.
No, shit, so.
Nah, y'all,
All spookism is spookism, real black atheism on the rise.
Hey, shout out to my boy Bantu. Shout out to DAGTV. Shout out Hemi. Shout out Uncle JJ. And shout out Pandemus. You know what I'm saying? We gonna crack it up at 7. You know what I'm saying? In another 24 minutes.
Yeah.
Gonna get information. Hey man, 3 15-minute rounds, a 10-minute opening.
And a closing. And then y'all can hit the panel, get your questions in, break down the information, and we can have a deconstruction after the debate. But that's the format. You got a 10-minute opening and 3 15-minute rounds and a closing usually between 3 and 5 minutes. And that's what we're presenting here for you tonight. In those 15 minutes, we intend to stay concise, bring you the points that we need to bring, at the same time making our argument, doing our best to oppose and counter the opponent's argument. So you'll be the judge in terms of how the information is delivered, whose arguments was most informative, convincing. That is what you do in a debate. You do not have a particular side. You leave your bias at the door and you engage with the information that is brought and presented to you. If any type of judgment is done based on your affiliation to one or the other individual, it doesn't allow for the platform and the debating itself to rise to a higher standard. So with that in mind, be as unimpartial as both of us as contestants up here today. For again, there is no contention. We were both atheists and we're debating the Bible. How about that?
Thanks.
So it's about the sport, it's about the art form, it's about how you organize your information. It's a lesson in how to do conventional research. And when I say research, not in the sense of academia where they're putting out new information, but it is your ability to access the current and accurate information as it is provided by scholars today. Silky D in the building. What it do, Silky?
President
of the debate league. Y'all mute. Silky, your mic's muted.
Yeah, he's probably at work. He probably getting it. Oh, he probably got 4 white girls in his face. You know, you got them white girls in your face, man.
Kind of confusing, huh?
You don't know if they trying to get you or they trying to get you. You know what I'm saying?
You never know.
What to do?
Shit. President, what's good? Hey, Bo, you there too?
The president got the hat on. Oh, it's gonna be one of those nights.
oh shit! Welcome to Hogwarts. Oh shit!
I hope you got your spells. We're gonna see who showed up with the dragon.
hey, I promise you, in a year, bro, Silky gonna be the most talked about man in the conscious community.
Yep.
He gonna be the most. Hey, they gonna be bringing that man up in so many debates and conversations.
Jalen, we gonna get you up next. You gotta we gonna get you some debates going.
Man, I ain't doing no debates, bro. I'm doing a whole discussion and everything, explaining about the ancient text coming up January 3rd and everything. And that's
That's
all
right.
I'm doing, bro. I
Jalen
don't
a
got,
part of the research. Jalen a part of the research. Board.
yeah, Reezy.
How y'all boys feeling tonight? Yeah, they both don't support the book, but they about to tear it down from two different ends. So that's what's up.
Like I actually got this one thing coming up, bro, where I'm about to actually bring about the origins of Yahweh. Like I'm about to break down the word, the name, how the name came to be. I'm working on that right now.
I actually got a homeboy that's actually doing that exact same thing.
Tell him to get up with me. Hey,
Y'all might, I might, y'all maybe should debate or something. I don't know. But he doing that same thing.
tell him to get up with me. You know what I'm saying? Shoot me his
You
contact.
know, homeboy John. He in the group chat. John the Bullock. He one of the Bible brothers.
Oh shit, that's the best shit. In your shit? In your group chat?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah, shit, that's the best shit. I'ma chime
He
in there. Shit, I'm
certified,
hitting him up.
holy boy.
I'ma hit him up.
Holy boy. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. Because that's not politically Christian. Okay. Yeah. Faithful believer. Yeah, man. Y'all boys come on with it tonight, man. We all got the TV tuned in.
We ready. We ready. We ready for y'all.
But shit, I'm about to chime out. I'm about to put this debate on my TV so I can listen and everything and whatnot. And then I hop back in whenever we decide, who won the debate and all that other stuff.
All right,
Yeah.
baby.
All right.
Who moderating? Who moderating?
Bo is gonna be moderating. Hey, Sickle
All
D,
right.
I have with the moderation. Yeah, I do whatever y'all need.
Yeah,
hey,
that's
Sickle D, you got a show tonight?
No.
You got a show with all right. Well, I'm gonna let you and Bo go moderate. That's cool.
Who
I'm
told
saying.
y'all how to play tonight?
That's fine. I mean, timekeeping is is a 10-minute opening, 3 minute, three rounds of 15 minutes, and a closing of 3 to 5 minutes. And
We got the time on the live too, so we good. We can all start off the time. We can look at the time on the live and be like, all right, bet this is the time count off. We starting here. Let's go. And stop it.
the building.
Hey, we got Uncle Shaka. We got Uncle Shaka and Uncle Kyle in the building. What's goody?
What's good? What's good? Y'all smash the like button. Smash the like button. Tell a friend to tell a friend. It's going down in the next 12 minutes. 12 minutes. No, sorry. 17 minutes of show time. The debate is the Bible an anti-African book? Wavvy is pro. I say nay. We're gonna get it in. Information is gonna be information overload. So grab your pen, grab your notebook. If anyone wants my presentation, just shout out to me. I'll email it to you after the show. It's forced up. It's a good read. So we here to share the positive and good information.
Hey, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? If you need the information, me and Uncle said, we grounded individuals. You know what I'm saying? So if you need the information, just get at us. Subscribe to the pseudo killers. Let me meet y'all real quick, Bo. Subscribe to the pseudo killers. Subscribe to
Community of Skeptics. Shout out to the God Killer himself. Hit the Discord and where we chop it up. It's powerful bills. If you see me in an environment, it's because it is a positive environment for our community. So again, I'm always doing this. Shout out to Wavvy for building the platform that he's built, that we're here having this debate tonight. I've watched the dedication and the hard work, whether it was one person in the chat or nobody in the chat, he would just keep doing what he's doing, and that consistency and that hard work needs to be supported. So again, smash the like button, share the show, get the building full. It's 15 minutes to show time. Yeah, I'm doing your work, Silky D. Shit.
somebody say
You done got the award, man. You the best. Hey, you doing good. You doing real nice. I ain't even tripping.
Uncle Moon say I look like a real Anunnaki. We're gonna have that. We're gonna get into. Hey, once Uncle said, hey, upcoming this week.
You look
Uncle
like a
said,
black rabbi.
Up next this week. Uncle said gonna do a show about men's health. Maybe Tuesday or Wednesday, and we're gonna do a show with Jalen, Shaka, and Uncle Laurel about that Anunnaki. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get Jalen, Uncle Laurel, and Shaka on that Anunnaki situation this week coming up. We also got Uncle JJ versus Jose. Uncle JJ versus Misery. Is America the land of Israel today? You know what I'm saying? Misery gonna be putting that work in. We also got Uncle Judah Naz versus Martin. You know what I'm saying? Who is the teacher of righteousness today? So man, we gonna stay focused, man, and keep the information coming. You know what I'm saying? It's on the right.
Powerful bills only. Who's taking the affirmative position in this debate? It is Wavvy's taking the affirmative. I'm taking the negative in this one, Kaya.
Yes, sir, Ski.
And we are doing the breakdown on is Africa or is Africa predominantly Arab in the ancient times? Correct?
Yeah, we gonna explore who, how, and what the ancient Near East and North African phenotypes, and we're gonna explore.
We're gonna find out today, huh? Okay, them boys gonna break it down. They gonna dive deep. They about to go to the hidden files of Africa and Arabia and Syria and the Middle East and the East of Africa, and we about to break all that down tonight. Tonight we about to bust down from the west to the east to the south to the Levant to the all over this thing. We about to crush the continents tonight. We about to dig in them. We about to dig in the book. We're gonna be pulling out tribes. We're gonna be pulling out all kind of sources from all over. We're gonna be looking at land masses. Might be looking at some scripture. Lord knows what we're gonna see tonight, y'all. We're gonna see a little bit of like everything. So this should be pretty informative. You know what I'm talking about on the Bible tip, as that's everybody been wanting to know who it is and who it might be. So I guess we're gonna find out exactly who it is tonight.
I told y'all, you already see wait a minute, what's going on in the chat? We told you we were coming for y'all tonight. This debate is going to spark yet more debates because it's touching on wider subject within the conscious community. Those archers over there be poking those arrows out. So we in that high altitude bomber. And shout out to Ngozi, shout out to the pseudo killers, shout out to the Green Sahara, shout out to Ankh West and the pseudo killers, because we bring that right and exact information. We putting it all to rest tonight.
I forgot to shout him out, man. Shout out to Uncle Smash Rockwell, man. Y'all go subscribe to his channel too. So to be honest, if you just following the information, subscribe to the pseudo killers and Smash Rockwell and Sinetta to get a you know what I'm saying, full, well thought out opinion and check out the sources.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Don't listen to nothing me and say without goddamn doing your own research. Don't listen to nothing nobody say on YouTube without doing your own research.
Do your research, and again, it is the engaging with the information and from a non-biased approch, and reach to the conclusion that is required based on the information. Let me shout out to Smash Rockwell. Nobody can dispute his ability to interpret and read the glyphs. So shout out to Smash where that's concerned. We have our contentions where the identity and the ethnicity of the Egyptians is concerned. But when it comes to the translating and reading the glyphs, Smash is one of the prominent figures in our community. So,
hey, Uncle Say, I'm gonna ask you this question. Do you feel like Billy Carson is being bullied, or you feel like they stumping out his pseudo?
two-edged sword. Billy is a pseudo, but not only is a pseudo, he makes the way he articulates himself about Christians and the belief is very derogatory. And being pseudo on top of it, you create a double-edged sword. Now, Billy is low-hanging fruit because he's pseudo all around. He stays away from environments like the pseudo killers and the like because he knows he will get chewed up. But what we're seeing here is the disingenuousness of the Christians because they're arguing from an apologetics position. And trust me, I would beat the brakes off West. You claiming what? Noah's what is who? Slow down. What's evidence for that? You claiming the resurrection? Slow down. Stop. Now, the moment we identify Jesus as a human being, he is subject to the laws of nature. You need to stop it right there. So that's the difference. They're using a pseudo to do as if beating a pseudo and a scammer somehow justifies and establishes their apologetics. Now, they would not jump on Midvision. They would not jump on Garfield. They won't entertain the likes of a Chris Harris. And for sure, they won't just jump in the ring with Mandinka Mali, a.k.a. 7,000. Because these are people that can put that biblical narrative in its proper context. There is no pseudo baggage that we're carrying. So there's nothing on this side to debunk or discredit. Now, Billy did that to himself by being a flaming pseudo when that was not necessary. See, he caused that on himself. But again, the disingenuousness from those apologists to pretend as if now they have a win. Now, try have a conversation, Wes, with rationality rules, for example. You know what I mean? There's a caliber of anti-apologetic philosophers and arguers whereby you cannot run that nonsense. You would get put in your place real quick.
Silky D, you want to say something? You want to say something to that, Silk?
No, y'all good, man. Y'all keep rocking. We'll have fun tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all know how we is with the swords and shit, but we're gonna keep it have fun. We're gonna have a good time tonight. We're gonna be nice and classy.
You know Billy Carson, your master teacher. How you feel about him getting embarrassed?
I feel like Cedric. I could took Billy. Because obviously his knowledge, man, he let old boy that just had more knowledge than him outdo him, and then Billy slipped up saying stuff. And then you getting recorded a lot, bro. So you really got to be accurate with your information when you dropping stuff. You can be careless with that. And then you giving them the weapon. you giving them the gun. And then, of course, you going to stall out there like you big and bad. I don't know who hyped you. You know, and then if you're not a seasoned debater, like, he ain't never really had to debate nobody, probably.
He avoids debates, and this is a hallmark of a scammer. They enjoy platforms in which they are not pushed. There's no pushback or there's no challenging to their information. They do not like to be vetted and sourced in real time, right? So you often see, even if they would try to engage in such a conversation, it's quickly resorts to a hostile escape. The ad homs begin, and so they tend to stay in an environment where they can preach but not have a conversation. The moment you catch them in a conversation, you tell them, slow down. So what is going on under the pyramids? What you call that? What? That's psychobabble. Explain that bullshit. Now, the moment he has to do that, the conversation is over, right? So he tends to go on these rants in an environment where it's a one-way monologue instead of a dialogue. He can't handle dialogues because he's full of pseudoisms. Like he watches Zeitgeist, he reads or listens to the Chariots of the Gods by Van Daniken, and he mixes and matches. Like, we've all heard that stuff. Like, the community is too evolved for those pseudoisms to persist. You see all these cats, they pop up and they flare up. Shout out to Dane Calloway. Pseudo killers.
They ain't Callaway in the bushes. They ain't Callaway in the bushes. Uh-oh. We got a comment for Silky. The Bible says Jesus had skin of bronze and hair like that of lamb's wool. Jesus sounds like it could have been African from this description, just throwing it out there. All right, shout out to you, Rich Haynes. The debate gonna start in 5 minutes, and I want
5 minutes.
And relax.
No, that wasn't for me, Wavvy. Was it?
No, it wasn't.
Y'all, share my screen one more time, Silky. Let's just troll them a little bit more.
Pseudo killers. Hey, roll your blunts up, roll your blunts, and get your pen and pad. We doing something.
It's about to go down.
All the Bible specialists, tune in. All the Bible specialists, tune in. We need all y'all so-called Bible scholars to tune in right now.
That's a fact. Hey, Uncle Sid, your screen ain't sharing. You hear me, Uncle Sid? All right.
With a bunch of classes in session on the clown. Tigers in pseudo killers. It's a good job, but somebody's got to do it. It's a good job, but somebody's got to do it. It's a good job, but somebody's got to do it. Pseudo killers. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Got them in the skin, pseudo killers on the prowl. Put them in the water, watch them drown. Pop your head up, I'll push it down. Hunting for these scammers in the streets. So many pseudos, it's all you can eat. Step in the ring, come face to feet. Humble yourself at the master's feet. It's a full-fledged circus with a bunch of clowns. Classes in session, I'm a clown, Tigers in the circus, they scream and growl. Science is my whip, let me tame them down. I'm the ring master, come take a bow. Science is king, let me show you how. Heavy is the head, that wears the crown. Got them on the scared, pseudo killers on the prowl. Put them in the water, watch them drown. Pop your head up, I'll push it back down. I'm an inspiration, imagine that. Holler pseudo killers when it's spitting raps. That's game over, nigga, calling cap. I said that enough, now rapping back. Step in the ring, I'm on the attack. You ain't no pseudo winning, leave a flat on the back. Be the brightest light, with the darkness smooth. Too much facts for the pseudo to consume. Can't handle truth, watch them go off. Can't keep composure, they putting soft. Can't make a point when they cut you off. The belligerent nigga, yeah, that's too long. It's the ear of the gap, the exposing food. Ignorant nigga, and you think that's cool? Exposing lies, that's why we rule. Heavy as the head, that weighs the crown. Got them in the scared, pseudo killers in the crowd. Put them in your water, watch them drown. Put your head up, we'll pop it back down. Yeah, pseudo killers. It's a good job, but somebody's got to do it. It's a good job, but somebody's got to do it. It's a good job, but somebody got to do it. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers. Pseudo killers.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like
let's
that.
go. Let's go. Let's go.
I like that. I like that. Let's get this show on the road.
Yes,
Silky,
sir. Silky D, you ready? First 10 minutes. It's 9 p.m. It's about to go down, Silky D. You take over your moderating, control your show.
All right. What we doing? I'm bringing in, we starting it off. We kicking it off. This is the kickoff. This is the kickoff, the official Cedric versus Wavvy. Who the people in the book is, who they are, who is it favoring to. We're going to pull out the evidence tonight. We got 3 rounds. I'm at 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
3:15 rounds.
3 15 minutes. All right, 3 15-minute rounds. You know what I'm saying? Hey, with no further ado, everybody been waiting for this. You know, we've been waiting for this all week. You feel me? So let me go ahead and introduce our two debaters that we got getting it in tonight. Two debaters getting it in tonight. Let me introduce them. Let me bring them in. Cedric, let them know who you are.
I am Cedric Ortega, the Lions Den current reigning champion, pseudo killer official in the building, and I'm arguing is the Bible an anti-African book? I'm saying nay. So let's get it.
Okay, all right. And our other debater, Wavvy, let them know.
Hey man, tonight I'm gonna be arguing that I'm gonna be proving that the Bible is anti-African. I'm also gonna be proving that the ancient Egyptians are not the Egyptians that's there right now. I'm gonna be proving that too. So it's going down. You know what I'm saying? Heavyweight boxing match is going down.
Two major topics, two big major topics that definitely need to be addressed in the conscious community. You know what I'm saying? So I'm all for it. You feel me? I know everybody at home, y'all all for it. You know what I'm saying? With no further ado, if the two debaters are ready to go, we can get this thing started. Who would like to go first?
I go first.
Opening round.
Okay.
Go first. 10
okay,
minutes.
we're going 15 minutes.
Don't forget to smash the like button and share the show.
You say first round 10 minutes?
Yeah, opening round 10 minutes.
Okay. Wavy, it's on you. You got till 51.
All right, so it's not the first round, but it's the opening round.
Not a problem.
All right, let me share my screen, and once I'm ready, start my time. So.
All right.
Let me know if you see my screen.
All right, you ready?
You see my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me present. And start. All right. Is the Bible anti-African? Is the Bible anti-African? Super wavy. I'm also going to be proving that the ancient Egyptians are not the Egyptians that's there right now. All right, we got Desmond Tutu once said, when the missionaries came to Africa, they had the Bible and we had the land. They said, let us pray. We closed our eyes. When we opened them, we had the Bible and they had the land. Tutu described how many Africans feel about the Bible, that white colonist settlers use the Bible to exploit South Africans, that the Bible is basically European propaganda. Now ask yourself, did Africans write or construct the Bible? Was Jesus born in Africa? What is it called when someone make up a fake event in order to push their agenda? Did Africans go out to other countries, nations to enslave people and enforce their religion? And last but not least, is slavery moral? All right, burn the Bible. During the transatlantic slave trade, Christianity was the most prominent religion, particularly Catholicism, as European powers involved in the trade often sought to convert enslaved Africans upon arrival, and the Americans viewing it as a way to justify their actions and assimilate the enslaved population. Hebrew name. The ancient name for Egypt in Hebrew is Mitzrayim, which can be translated as straits or narrow places. This suggests that Egypt represents a place of constriction, tribulation, oppression, slavery, and despair. So so this book is referencing our goddamn land, our homeland, to slavery, oppression, and despair. Fuck out of here. All right, origin of Ethiopia. The name Ethiopia itself comes from Greek, meaning burnt face. All right, let's keep going. Jesus was born in Palestine, modern day Palestine. Abraham was born in modern day Iraq. John the Baptist was born in Palestine. Noah was born in Mesopotamia. David was born in Palestine. Jacob was born in Israel. Joseph was born in Turkey. Luke was born in Turkey. Isaac was born in Palestine. Jonah was born in Israel. Moses and Aaron was born in Africa. You want to know why? They was born in Egypt. You want to know why? Because the books say their family was being oppressed there. This is not your story, black man. This story ain't got shit to do with you. It only talks negative about our people. Let's keep going. All right, this is biblical maps. You don't even see Africa on the motherfucker. You just see a tip, nigga. They got the wing of Africa on there. All right, here go another biblical map. They showing you a Ham, Shem, Japheth, where they sorted out the land. Here go another biblical map. You don't even really see out. They don't really pay. This not our story. This ain't got shit to do with us. Look, you just see Egypt on the goddamn map. All right, let's keep going. The Council of Nicaea was the first council in the history of the Christian church that was intended to address the entire body of believers. It was convened by the Emperor Constantine to resolve the controversy of Arianism, a doctrine that held that Christ was not divine, but was a created being. The council deemed Arianism a heresy and enshrined the divinity of Christ by invoking the term homoousios, Greek meaning of one substance. Was we invited? Was Africans invited to the council? I see, Uncle said. Did our opinion matter, Uncle said? Do the African voice matter, Uncle said? Let's get some understanding. Noah's Ark landed in Turkey. Jesus was born in Palestine. God was at war with Africans. God said he would put Africans to shame and make them walk barefoot and butt naked. But my opponent think we are Arabs. He think them Arabs over there look like us, and the people in North Africa been there all this goddamn time. This is a Eurasian book, Middle East book for them type of people. Was Canaan a Jew? Was Ham a Jew? Was Noah a Jew? Do the Bible mention Ethiopians being Israelites? No. Revelations 1:14. His head and his hairs were white like wool. Not his motherfucking just his hair. It would have made a distinction if it was just talking about his goddamn hair on his head. It would have just say his hair was white like wool, white as snow, his eyes were flaming fire, blase. No, it said his head and his hair. It sounded like a damn white man. Revelations 1:14. 2 Chronicles 14:12. King James Bible. So the Lord smote the Ethiopians before Assar and before Judah, and the Ethiopians fled. That's my people, ain't it? Ain't them Africans? Ain't them Africans? But the person that wrote 2 Chronicles, was he an African? Oh yeah, we building propaganda. Just like our government wants you to believe Gaddafi and Bin Laden were monsters, the Bible do our ancestors, making up fake war stories to control the narrative that our homeland is full of polytheists. Egypt did what? Pharaoh did what? Egypt don't know you goofies. We could give a damn about a Moses or Jesus sandals. Now, I'm not making the argument that Ham is the father of African people. We are pre-Adamites. We come before this fairy tale. I'm just showing how God cursed one brother to be a slave to another and how Europeans did exactly that. The Muslims, Christians, and Jews used this storyline to enslave us, knowing that they the reason we got the story in the first place is a cause to pause. Listen to the wording of the text. Imagine you chilling, living life, then the gang come around with the book enslaving you because you never heard of their God and won't submit to it. All right, let's keep going. Imagine someone making up a fake beef against a powerful empire to make themselves seem relevant. The Hebrews, in fact, are clout chasers. They clout chasing off our people. God don't rock with Africa at all. How many times have the Bible dissed Egypt and Ethiopia? Why Egyptians don't talk about these Hebrews or Israelites? Why don't the Bible name the name of the Pharaoh? They had around 170 of them motherfuckers. It wasn't hard to distinguish the next. I'm not here today to make the argument that all Africans look like Wesley Snipes. So watch out for the straw man destroying my opponent with showcase. I'm also not making the claim that black is a race. I understand these are social constructs, and this is a social goddamn debate. Isaiah 43:3. For I am the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior. I gave Egypt for your ransom, Ethiopia and Saba in your place. I give Egypt as your ransom means God will offer Egypt as a ransom for Israel's release. A ransom is normally money paid in order to gain the release of a hostage. Here, God will hand over Egypt to Cyrus and the Persian emperor, so that the Israelites can return from exile. So see that? God is shitting on us all throughout the book, encountering and reinventing the Africans and the Jews in the colonial era 15th to 19th centuries, Edith Bruder. Africans have interacted with the ancient mythology substrata of both Western and Africans' idea of Jews in order to create a distinct Jewish identity. Converts. In West Africa, Muslims in West Africa thus evolved the so-called Hermetic hypothesis, by which it was generally supposed that any progress and development among agricultural blacks was the result of conquest or infiltration by pastoralists from Northern or Northwest Africa. Charles Gabriel Seligman was a British, listen to this, he was a British physician and an ethnologist. Seligman was born into a middle-class Jewish family in London. You know what book he read. Seligman was an advocate and published literature for the Hermetic hypothesis, stating the Cushitic, Berber, and Egyptians were thought to have lineage with the speculated and later debunked Caucasoid Hermetic people, categorically different to the denoted Negroids of sub-Saharan Africa. His work in the 1920s and 1930s is now white supremacist. If I steal your ideas and don't give you credit, I don't mess with you like that. The Virgin Mary right here. Where it came from. Statue of Isis holding her baby Horus were transformed into the Virgin Mary holding the Christ. The word amen, a derivative of Amun, the Egyptian god of life and reproduction. The Nilotes show no inconsiderable admixture with the foreign Hermetic blood, which ran pure or almost pure in the veins of the pre-dynastic Egyptians. If the actual socio-political conditions of the Nilotes be examined, we find that development has taken place upon the same line as in Egypt. This is Charles Seligman. All right, Joseph Danaker. He right here describing us, saying we got black skin, depressed nose, you know what I'm saying we all these type of people. Danaker, let me keep going. I got 15 seconds. All right, the curse of Ham. The book of Genesis records the instance of Noah cursing his son Ham's descendants to be slaves. I'm gonna stop right there. We had 10 minutes, right?
Yes, sir. You have time. All right. That was Wavvy's first 10, first round.
That was my opening.
That was Wavvy's opening right there, y'all. The 10-minute opening. Now it's time for Cedric's 10-minute opening. Cedric, let's get it.
When you're ready, share my screen. Let me know when my screen is shared, and then when I say go, you can start the time.
All right, Cedric, are you set? Ready, set, go? Are you good?
I'm good.
You're good? All right, the time is 53.
Is the Bible an anti-African book? Ladies and gentlemen, remember the title of the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges and esteemed opponent, the claim that the Bible is an anti-African book is deeply flawed. This argument imposes modern racial concepts, as you just heard, onto an ancient text. Remember, he was referring outside of the text, and reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of both history and geography. In this debate, I will state that the Bible is not anti-African, neither in a racial, political, nor social context. First, let me address the term African. The continent of Africa is vast, with a rich diversity of peoples, cultures, languages, and histories. There is no singular way to be an African, no single phenotype, and no uniform skin color that represents the entirety of the vast region. North Africans, for example, share complex ties with the Mediterranean, sub-Saharan Africa, and the Near East. Yet, due to negative propaganda, we often assume a monolithic identity of African as exclusively Black, erasing the continent's incredible diversity. The oversimplification is anachronistic and misleading when applied to biblical times, as you just heard. The Bible reflects relationships and conflicts of the Hebrews within their immediate geographical context. No need to go all over the continent. No need to say it's an anti-African book. They're talking about a specific region. It narrates narrative centers on the Levant and the neighboring regions, the Babylonians, Canaanite, and Egyptians, Persians. These were the people and empires that shaped the Hebrews' world. While Egyptians and Cushites, both African nations, are mentioned, they are neither vilified nor uniquely targeted. In fact, Moses, one of the most important figures in the Bible, is said to have married a Cushite woman. The Bible contains no significant reference to the wider African continent beyond these immediate neighbors, as it focuses on the Hebrews and their experiences. What was done with that book after doesn't matter. We're talking about the book. Furthermore, the concept of race, as we understand it today, did not exist in the ancient world. Ancient people identified by tribe, cultures, language, and religion, not skin color. This is evident in their shared genotypes and phenotype of the people of North Africa, the Levant, and Arabia, who interacted through trade, migration, and intermarriage. These populations were connected biologically and culturally with no clear racial divisions. The Hebrews' greatest conflicts were with the people of the Levant, the Canaanites, the Philistines, and the Assyrians, rather than with African nations. While tensions with Egypt existed, they were not unique, as similar conflicts arose with other neighboring powers. These conflicts were not racially motivated, but arose from geopolitical struggles and competing interests. Benjamin Isaac's The Invention of Racism in Classical Antiquity, 2004, explores how ancient societies, including Greek and Roman civilizations, approached differences amongst people. Instead of adhering to modern racial construct, these societies differentiated groups primarily based on cultural, language, and religion, and perceived levels of civilization. While some ancient texts contain what Isaac terms proto-racism, rooted in stereotypes and xenophobia, these were distinct from biologically grounded ideas of race that emerged in later European contexts, which we saw my opponent display. Isaac demonstrates that ancient prejudice often reflected political and cultural imperialism rather than racial ideologies. For example, the Greeks viewed non-Greeks as barbarians due to linguistic and cultural differences. The Romans expressed disdain or admiration for conquered peoples based on their adaptability to Roman rule. Such attitudes were more about cultural superiority than immutable biological traits. This perspective helped highlight the anachronism of applying modern racial concepts to an ancient text like the Bible. During the Bible times, identities were defined by tribal affiliations, geography, and religion, not by race in the contemporary sense. Isaac's works provide a comprehensive analysis of these attitudes underlying the modern racial framework misinterprets the ancient worldview. In this debate, I would highlight the geographical and historical context of the Bible, showing its focus on the Levant and surrounding regions, the diversity of African identity, countering the simplistic racial framing of the argument, evidence of relationships, not antagonism, between the Hebrews and African nations like Egypt and Cush. The curse of Ham originated from the Bible in Genesis 9, verses 20 to 27. After Noah became drunk and naked in his tent, his son Ham sees his father's nakedness and tells his brothers Shem and Japheth, who covers Noah without looking at him. Upon waking, Noah curses his son Ham, declaring Canaan will be a servant of servants to his brothers. Notably, the text does not curse Ham himself or make any reference to skin color or race. The misuse of the curse of Ham, justification for slavery. During the transatlantic slave trade, this narrative was twisted to justify the enslavement of Africans. Ham was falsely claimed to be the ancestors of all African people, and Noah's curse was interpreted as a divine mandate for their subjugation. Racial misinterpretation. Although the Bible does not connect the curse of curse with any race or skin color. Later interpretation, particularly during the 17th and 18th century, incorporated the notion fueled by the need to legitimize slavery under Christian ideology. Convenient theology. Pro-slavery advocates argued that the subjugation of African-descended people was preordained by God, using the misreading to defend their actions politically and morally. Key points of refutation. The curse is specifically on Canaan, not Ham or his descendants in general. Canaanites historically were a Semitic people in the Near East, not a sub-Saharan African people. The text provides no basis for linking the curse to race and the enslavement of any particular group. We're talking about the Bible. The misuse exemplifies how religious texts can be manipulated to serve oppressive agendas, despite lacking genuine theological or historical support. By examining these points, it will become clear that the Bible cannot be accurately described as anti-African. Instead, it is a document rooted in specific cultural and historical experiences of the Hebrew and their immediate world. What we've heard from my opponent was what arguments that pretty much were in the context of an appeal to emotion. He was letting you see how the Bible was misused, taking us away from the subject matter, which is its anachronism at work, which is the Bible in itself an anti-African book? So I will demonstrate throughout this debate that that is a false position to have, and there is no substantiation for that in the Bible itself. With that, I yield the floor.
Oh, say it with a yield in the first 10 minutes. You had like a minute, some left, maybe two. But okay, all right. We got two fire opening 10 minutes. Two nice 10-minute, you know what I'm saying, heads up eats. Now we're gonna kick it off into the first round. We're going 15-minute rounds. It's on Wavvy.
All right, let me share my screen.
Top of the second. So top of the first, actually. Timestamp. We had about an hour in so far, everybody. We're about an hour in. And we cooking with Crisco.
All right. Let me know when you see my screen.
Okay, it's loading. It's loading up. Give it a second. It's loading.
Oh, let me redo it.
It's there now.
Is there?
Yeah.
Is there? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
You ready?
You start my time. All right, now check me out.
I ain't
even gotta explain the Noah, Ham, Shem, and Japheth story, because Uncle Said just broke it down. Now let me ask you, if I'm reading a book and all it's telling me to do is to hate Africans, oh, the Egyptians ain't shit, oh, the Ethiopians ain't shit. He's saying that these Europeans are getting this understanding from the book in the 1500s when they was doing when this concept was going on with the Arabs. So who the Arabs got it from? That's what I'm saying. We got to slow down this understanding. If I'm reading this book and it's telling me it's cool to enslave other people, you know what I'm saying? It's cool to do all this wicked shit. Then that's what's going on here. All right, let's keep going. I ain't even got to explain that. He didn't broke it down greatly. All right, Song of Solomon 1, 5, and 6. I am black, but calmly. And O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Look not upon me because I am black. Why in the hell is this story in the Bible if all the people look the same, Uncle Said? While the daughters of Jerusalem do not open their mouths, Their disapproving eyes apparently speaks volume. All right, let's keep going. In later centuries, the narrative was interpreted by some Jews, Christians, and Muslims as an explanation for black skin, as well as a justification for enslavement of black people. Those people reading the book getting ideas to enslave the darker people. In the book, where do these slaves come from? They come from Africa. You got to read between, look at the wording. Oftentimes we see outsiders coming to Africa with these same talking points. The KJV anti-black translation of Solomon 1:5 reflect in cultural context. All right, let's keep going, because check this out. The number of other scholars also support the claim that the racialized version of the curse of Ham was derived at that time because it suited the ideological and economic interests of the European elite and the slave traders who wanted to justify their exploitation of African laborers. Abyssinia, in what is now Ethiopia, the Abyssinia church justified slavery with this version of the curse of Ham. All right, okay, so in 1835, Joseph Smith, founder of the Latter-day Saint movement, published a work which was titled The Book of Abraham. It explicitly states that an Egyptian king who is referred to by the name of Pharaoh was a descendant of Ham and the Canaanites who were black, and that Noah had cursed his lineage so that they did not have the right to the priesthood, and that all Egyptians descended from him. All right, let's keep going. 2 Samuel 18:31. Then the Ethiopian slave arrived and said to the king, I have good news for you, Majesty. 2 Samuel 18:31. Cush is the ancient name of the extensive territory south of the first cataract of the Nile. This region was called Ethiopian in Greco-Roman times and included within its borders most of modern day Sudan and some of present day Ethiopia. Oh, so that's how we good, folks, being a slave in this book, huh? Uncle said, say we all look the same, it don't matter. Leo Africanus divided Africa into 4 main regions in 1526 in his book, Description of Africa. Barbary, Numidia, Libya, and the Black Lands, essentially separating the Mediterranean North African coast from the region south of the Sahara Desert, encompassing areas from Morocco to Egypt and further south into the interior of the continent. Barbary refers to the coastal region of North Africa, while Black Lands denotes the sub-Saharan regions. Leo Africanus' book was considered the most authoritative text in Africa, in Europe for centuries, significantly influencing European understanding of the continent. Guess what? Leo Africanus was a Christian. All right, let's keep going. The Twa people didn't serve a sky daddy. They worshiped the forest. We practice our beliefs of earthly events, people, and taking on animal personifications. Wasn't no God playing both sides with the devil? You solid or you not? You real or you not? You been a good person or you not? All right, slavery is just a way of life for God. In fact, he condones and instructed. Exodus 21:20 and 21. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survive a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. Now let's keep in the context in this Bible. They saying that they going at it with the Egyptians and the Ethiopians. Where they slavery with other people at? They just got problem with they with Africans. They ain't got problem with they ain't got no smoke with nobody else. Say, all right, 1 Peter 2:18-20. Slaves, be subject to your master with all respect. So this God, you know what I'm saying? God letting you know what I'm saying? All of this shit is cool. If a man has sexual relations with a woman who is a slave designated for another man, but not ransomed or given her freedom, and iniquity shall be held. They shall not be put to death since she has not been freed, but he shall bring a guilt offering for himself to the Lord at the entrance of the tent. This basically sounds like what they did to our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? A whole bunch of getting away with the shystiness. Genesis 16:3 and 4. So after Abraham had lived 10 years in the land of Canaan, Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, the Egyptian, her slave, and made her and gave her to her husband Abram as a wife. He went into Hagar and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, she looked with the contempt of her mistress. All right, let's go to this, the Song of Solomon, just to let you know, all these goddamn Bibles are anti-African. We got one version, the NIV. Dark am I, yet lovely, daughters of Jerusalem. We got the NLT. I am dark but lovely. We got the KJV. I am dark but lovely. You can't get around this goddamn woman apologizing for being who she is. But Uncle say they all look the same though. And he heard say concerning Taharka, king of Ethiopia, he is come forth to make war with thee. And when he heard it, he sent messages to Hezekiah. Ain't no outside sources say Israelites did nothing like this. Are you trying to steal the Assyrians' history? And we know they wasn't African, Uncle said. Let's keep going. This is basically you had slavery going on in the English times with King James commissioned a poem basically for African slave. His name was Caliban. He played a Satan. He was hypersexual, and you got Queen Anne in a play. This all Shakespeare. Queen Anne in a play, and she's playing a black girl with blackface. These are all Christians reading the Bible, by the way. White supremacy and anti-blackness occupied a privileged place in Europe imperialism and English literature and theater. Shakespeare and Johnson composed and presented plays that drew upon, shaped, and perpetuated anti-black and pro-white English sentiments. These international and cultural realities were pillars of the KJV racial context. Genesis 24:35. The Lord has greatly blessed my master, and he has become wealthy. He has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, male and female slaves, camel and donkey. So God cool with, you know what I'm saying, all of this going on. Exodus 1. The bondage was severe, cruel, and deadly. Pharaoh forced the Israelites to do hard labor and build treasure cities. In Exodus, these goddamn Arabs, these goddamn Middle Eastern motherfuckers think that we put them in slavery to build the pyramids. This is called propaganda. You anti-African if you throwing smut on our name like this. Exodus 2:23. The Israelites groaned under their burden of slavery and cried out to God for help. Exodus 13:3. Egypt is called the house of bondage. Exodus 20:2. All right, let's keep going. Oh, no, yeah, I need that. Isaiah 23:5. Then the Lord said, just as my servant Isaiah has gone stripped and barefoot for 3 years as a sign and portent against Egypt and Cush, so the king of Assyria will lead away stripped and barefoot the Egyptian captives and Cushite exiles, young and old, with buttocks bare, to Egypt's shame. Those who trusted in Cush and boasted in Egypt will be dismayed and put to shame. Ezekiel 34:9. A sword will come against Egypt, and anguish will be upon Cush when a slain fall in Egypt. Her wealth will be carried away and her foundations torn down. Cush and Libya, Lydia, all Arabia, Cab and people of the covenant land will fall by the sword along with Egypt. So just letting you know, if you fuck with these African motherfuckers, you're gonna die too. But if you fuck with these African motherfuckers. This is what the Lord says. The allies of Egypt will fall, and her proud strength will fail. From Migdol to Aswani will fall by the sword within her, declares the sovereign Lord. Behold, therefore I am against thee and against thy rivers, and I will make the land of Egypt utterly wasteless and desolate, from the tower of Sarim unto the border of Ethiopia. Now, gang, we can go to Egypt right now, gang. So why is you dissing Africa and all this clown shit, and it ain't happened yet? The Bible God so-called destroyed Egypt. We can go to Egypt tomorrow, gang. Show me where he destroyed his people land and didn't build it back up or took ownership of him doing it and not lying on people that don't know them. Let's keep going. Ezekiel 37:9. They will be desolate among desolate lands, and their cities will lie amongst ruined lands. Then they will know that I am the Lord when I set fire to Egypt, and all her helpers are crushed. On that day, messengers will go out from me in ships to frighten Cush out of her complacency. Anguish will take hold of them on the day of Egypt's doom, for it is sure to come. Now, this is not, come on now. This is an African diss track. Ezekiel 37:9 is an African diss track. Let's keep going. Luke 23:26. And as they fled away, they seized one Simon of Cyrene, who was coming in from the city, and laid on him the cross to carry it behind Jesus. Bring your black ass here. You're going to die with Jesus too. Bring your black ass here. Numbers 12:1. Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Cushite woman whom he had married, for he had married a Cushite woman. That's like how our people used to tell the male boys when they get a white girl, don't bring that goddamn girl to grandma's house. Don't bring that goddamn white girl to grandma's house. That's what happened in reverse. But Uncle said, oh, they all look alike. The North African phenotype is all the same. Cut it out. Let's keep going. Can the Ethiopian change his skin or a leopard his spots? Then also you can do good who are accustomed to do evil. Why even mention the Ethiopian skin tone if they all looked alike, Uncle said? Why even mention skin tones if they all look alike, Uncle said? Bible's so damn racist. Some would say Egypt means burnt face. I'm going to prove that once we keep going. I'm going to prove that. Let's keep going. Exodus 12:12. For I will pass through the land.
1 minute.
Exodus 12:12. For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and I will smite all the firstborn of the land of Egypt, the man and beast. And against all the gods of Egypt, I will execute judgment. I am the Lord. Exodus 12:23. For the Lord will pass through and smite the Egyptians, and when see the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come into your houses to smite you. Egypt has no history of killing any Israelites firstborn. Why is your God lying on killing innocent Africans? I yield my time.
Time. You say yield. Time. All right. Okay, good stuff. All right, we in the bottom of the first round. Cedric.
Yeah,
let's get him on the screen.
Let me know when my screen is shared.
I got you.
All right, let's start my time.
Hold on, you're not on the screen yet. Hold on, let me get you on the screen. He not on yet, Wavvy.
I see it.
Let's put him on. All right, you on the screen? You see your stuff, Cedric?
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
Hold on, give me 1 second. We're gonna start it at you know what? Well, y'all see what it is. We at 118 right now.
I'm watching.
118. Well, about to be 119. 119 is the time.
I'm gonna start.
There you go. That's the timestamp. Bottom of the first. Yeah, it's on Cedric. Kick it off.
So let's go. Let me dispel some of the misconceptions right away. Of course, you heard him begging the question with regards to some of his statement. Again, no mention of race with regards to these people, which was primarily cultural. But let's get into it. The geography and the misuse of the term African, because he keeps talking about these Africans, but this whole story lies within the region of Egypt, the Arabia, and Sudan. So it's this little region of the continent that we're talking about. There's no mention of anything else with regards to Africa in the Bible. The biblical narrative unfolds in a region encompassing the Levant, Mesopotamia, North Africa, and parts of North Africa, primarily Egypt and Kush, modern-day Sudan. At the time, these areas shared cultural and political ties rather than sharp racial distinctions. Now, in Genesis 39, Joseph and Potiphar's house. Joseph is sold to Potiphar, an Egyptian official, and prospers under his service because of God's favor. However, after resisting Potiphar's wife advances, Joseph is falsely accused of attempted assault and thrown into prison. Abraham and Joseph both found sanctuary in Egypt, Genesis 12 and Genesis 39 to 41. In Genesis 12, Abram and his wife Sarah, then Sarai, flee to Egypt due to famine in Canaan. Abraham anticipates that Sarah's beauty might lead to his death, so he instructs her to say that she is his sister. Pharaoh takes Sarah into his household, and Abraham is treated well because of her. However, God strikes Pharaoh's house with plague, leading Pharaoh to discover the truth and send them away. Genesis 40, Joseph interprets dreams in prison. You see how I'm staying in the biblical context, because it is about, the debate is about, is the Bible an African book? While in prison, Joseph interprets the dream of Pharaoh's chief cupbearer and baker. His accurate interpretation eventually lead to his introduction to Pharaoh. Theme of wisdom. Joseph's ability to interpret dreams demonstrate that God's wisdom transcends his circumstances. Egypt is a land of opportunity. Even in prison, Joseph finds a way to demonstrate his talents and rise in status. Genesis 41, Joseph's rise to power. Joseph is called to interpret Pharaoh's dream about the upcoming famine. His accurate interpretation and wise plan for storing food leads Pharaoh to appoint him as second in command over all Egypt. The theme of redemption and providence. Joseph's faithfulness leads to his redemption and exaltation. Egypt as a place of salvation. Egypt becomes the center of a divine plan to save the region from famine, highlighting its positive role in the biblical narrative. So in both Genesis 12 and Genesis 39 to 41, Egypt is not portrayed as a negative or anti-Hebrew light. Instead, it serves as a complex, multifaceted setting where individuals face challenges and opportunities. This undermines the claim that the Bible harbors anti-African sentiment, as Egypt, representing Africa in this case, is integral to these pivotal narratives. Moses married a Cushite woman, Numbers 12 verse 1, a relationship not condemned in the text. In the verse, Miriam and Aaron criticized Moses for marrying a Cushite woman, Ethiopian woman. The text does not clarify whether it refers to Zipporah, his Midianite wife, or another marriage, but the focus is on their complaint. Following the criticism, God rebukes Miriam and Aaron, emphasizing Moses' special relationship with him. Miriam is punished with leprosy, demonstrating God's displeasure at their challenge to Moses' authority. So this verse undermines the claim of anti-African sentiment in the Bible. The Cushite woman is not denigrated, and those who challenge her presence face divine reprimand. It highlights the Bible's inclusion of diverse people in its narrative without racial prejudice. Positive associations with positive African association. Queen of Sheba, often associated with the African region, visits King Solomon and is portrayed positively. 1 Kings 10. In this chapter, the Queen of Sheba visits Solomon after hearing of his fame and wisdom. She brings a caravan of riches, including gold, spices, and precious stone, to test Solomon with difficult questions. Impressed by his wisdom and the grandeur of his court, she praises Solomon and his God, Yahweh, and gives him lavishly. Solomon, in turn, gives her gifts before she returns to her land. We're going to see what type of gift. The Queen of Sheba visit exemplifies positive relations between Israelites and African associate regions. Far from being anti-African, this chapter celebrates cross-cultural admiration, trade, and diplomacy. Cushites are often frequently mentioned without animosity, including in Psalms and Isaiah, where their might and wealth are acknowledged. Psalms 68 verse 31 and Isaiah 18. Envoys will come out of Egypt. Cush will submit herself to God. This verse is part of a broader of Psalms praising God's might and dominion. The passage envisions a future where Egypt, Mizra, and Cush, Ethiopia, honor God, aligning themselves with his worship and acknowledging his sovereignty. Psalm 68 verses 31 elevates Egypt and Cush by presenting them as a part of a global community honoring God. This positive acknowledgement is far removed from any anti-African sentiment, instead reflecting admiration for these regions' importance and influence. Isaiah 18 is a poetic oracle directed at Cush, described as a land of tall and smooth-skinned people, renowned for their might and influence. The prophecy speaks of Cush sending envoys by sea, and it foretells that God will act decisively in the affairs of nations, including Cush. Ultimately, the passage conclude with a vision of Cush bringing gifts to Zion, acknowledging Yahweh, inclusion. Isaiah 18 presents Cush in a dignified and positive light, emphasizing its importance and role in the broader divine narrative. This portrayal undermines claims of anti-African sentiment and instead reflects mutual respect and the underlying theological vision. The claim that the Bible is an anti-African book is based in a misunderstanding of the historical and geographical context of the biblical narrative, as we just saw. The conflict and relationship described in the Bible are regional, not racially motivated, and the term African is anachronistic when applied to the ancient Near East. The conflict and interaction described in the Bible were regional and theological, not racial or ethnic. Egypt and Cush were integral to the narrative, often depicted positively or neutrally. The notion that the Bible is anti-African misinterprets its geographical and historical context. This set the stage for addressing claims about racial and in the subsequent rounds. Now, equality of nations, Matthew verses 29 to 8 and 19. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. The Great Commission calls for inclusion of all nations in the message of salvation. Acts chapter 10, verses 34 to 35. Then Peter began to speak. I now realize how true it is that God does not show favoritism, but accepts from every nation the one who fears and does what is right. Peter acknowledges that God is impartial and values people from every nation equally. Galatians 3 verses 28. There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor neither slave. Sorry, let me clear my screen. And neither slave nor is there a male or female, for you are all one in Christ. This verse affirms equality in Christ. Let me continue. Colossians 3 verses 11. Here there is no Gentile or Jew, circumcised or uncircumcised, barbarian, Scythian, slave or free, but Christ in all and is all in all. Paul reinforces the idea that all believers are equal in Christ. Revelation chapter 7 verse 9. After I looked, and there before me was a great multitude that no one could count, from every nation, tribe, people, and language, standing before the throne and before the Lamb. They were wearing white robes and were holding palm branches in their hands. The vision of heaven includes people from every nation, emphasizing unity and equality before God. Now, if you can conclude but what you've just read and heard, that the Bible is an anti-African book, or you adhere to my opponent's appeal to emotion by emphasizing the narrow narratives mentioned in the Bible, is completely and totally false. Again, going outside of the Bible and how the Bible was used as a tool, right, to subjugate people does not does not mean that the biblical narrative in itself contains this information. The Bible in itself is not a racially motivated book. As we see, the conflicts were regional and it stayed within the geography of North Africa. As a matter of fact, in the biblical narrative, there is no understanding of the wider world. So to claiming a specifically anti-African book based on the experiences that people experienced during slavery is a misinterpretation and anachronistic. Furthermore, we're going to see in the subsequent round who the Hebrews really had conflict with, who they fought wars with, and who they had real issues with. And come to find out, it will not be the African nations, but the nations of the Levant, primarily Cushite. But that you will see in my subsequent round. With that, I know I have 3 minutes and 17 seconds, but I yield the floor.
Oh, you was keeping track of your time, Cedric? Okay. Good stuff. Yeah, man. Alrighty then. We are going into the second inning. Yeah, we're going into the second, y'all. Top of the second. It's on Wavvy. We got Rambo Yabba Chopper back in the building. Everybody stay with us. Hit the like button. It's getting hot and heavy. It's getting hot in her. In the great words of Nelly. So, Wavvy, top of the second. Let me know when you're ready, brother. Everybody, mic check, Wavvy. You muted, Wavvy. Wavvy, unmute.
All right, you see my screen?
No, not yet. All right, there you go. Done popped up.
All right, hold up, my bad. I thought you couldn't see it.
It went away. Put it.
All right, you see my screen?
Loading up. Hold on, loading. Give it a second. Good stuff. Good angles. Already. Top of the second. Wavvy kicking it off. Time is 1:32. Yeah, so we see it. You good? Yeah.
All right. All right, let's get this money. Second Chronicles 14 and 12. All right, let's get this money. Second Chronicles 14 and 12. So, hey, Sil, hold up. You want to start over? What happened?
No, you good. I'm muted. Go ahead. You got it. It's on you.
All right.
Green light.
I'm gonna start my time right now. Second Chronicles 14 Second Chronicles 14 and 12. So the Lord smote the Ethiopians before Asa and before Judah, and the Ethiopians fled. Well, Sway, well, Uncle said, why is God lying about harming Africans, Uncle said? Why is he doing that? Zephaniah 2 and 12. Ye the Ethiopians, also ye shall be slain by the sword. How you gonna call an African out, but you ain't anti-African, Uncle said? Isaiah 20 and 4. So shall the king of Assyria lead away the Egyptian captives and the Cushite exiles, both young and old, naked and barefoot, with a booty uncovered, the nakedness of Egypt. So this, and I got three different translations of the Bible saying the same exact thing, what they gonna do to the Egyptians and the Ethiopians. But Uncle said say this only about North Africa. Let's keep going though. This sentiment is popular in South Africa, which of course gained independence significantly later than most other African countries. In South Africa, J.D. Du Toit, a theologian, used the creation account in Genesis 1 to justify apartheid. Let's keep going. The name Sudan comes from the Arabic phrase Balad el Sudan, which means land of the black. The name refers to the dark skin of the indigenous people in the region, which include the people of West Africa, northern Central Africa. Before the name Sudan, the region was known as Nubia and Ta-Nehesi and Ta-Seti. Before South Sudan succeeded in 2011, Sudan was the largest African country. It's a reason why we're talking about Sudan when we mention Ethiopians in the Bible. The United Kingdom and Egypt jointly colonized Sudan in the 20th century. Sudan is located at the eastern end of the Great Trade Route that runs along the open savanna south of the Sahara. The majority of the Sudanese people are dark-skinned, though there are some who are lighter skinned. It ain't one way to be African. I ain't saying all on Wesley Snipes. We got the Bantu migration right here. Got the little pictures of the Bantu migration. I'm West African. We moved around. You West African for a certain standpoint. All right, here we go. Another picture of the Bantu migration, 300,000 BC. The historic role of Leviticus 25 in neutralizing anti-Black racism. Leviticus 25, 39, 46 describes a top-tier model of slavery that distinguishes Israelites from foreign slaves. It requires that Israelites be indentured only temporarily, by foreigners can be enslaved as chattel, permanent property. This model resembles the distinction between white indentured slaves and Black chattel slaves in the American colony. Is Africa a part of Israel, Uncle said? Nope. So Africa is a foreigner to them, right, Uncle said? Yes. Then they reading this book and it's justifying targeting your people, correct, Uncle said? Yes. Put the Bible on the barbecue pit, Uncle said. Okay, wait. All right, let's keep going. Doctrine of discovery, an attempt to convert others to Christianity. And if they resisted in any way, the explorers had the permission of God himself to conquer them, kill them, enslave them for life. And most importantly, disposes them of their land with or without a treaty. During the transatlantic voyages, the Spanish were predominantly Christian, which means they was read what book Christians read, Uncle said. Okay. What is the title of this debate, Uncle said? Why is you flopping on the ground right now, Uncle said? Let me just say this. If I'm reading a book and it's telling me, okay, slavery is cool, okay, the darker people are the damn antagonists in it. Okay, slavery is the darker people are the enemies of this book. And Uncle said talking about, no, they use this book the wrong way. Nigga, this is what it say, nigga. Nigga, this is what it say, nigga. Pay attention. Let's keep going. The doctrine of discovery established a religious, political, and legal justification for colonizing and seas of land not inhabited by Christians. All right, let's keep going. We already know what that's about. Guess what book the Portuguese was reading at that time, Uncle said? The Portuguese was Christians reading the goddamn Bible. In 1493, papal decree aimed to justify Christian European explorers' claims on land and waterways they allegedly discovered and promote Christian dominance and superiority. Come on, Uncle said. This book, he's saying they using the book the wrong way. No, they using the book the right way. Goddamn, God is blessing them because they following that motherfucker. That's the problem. All right, hold up. All right, let's show this. The arms race was on with the European kingdom to set up slave trade bases in Africa and buy prisoners of tribal wars or use slave catchers to kidnap as many people as possible. Europeans literally fought many wars with each other to hold on to these slave castles to ply their grimsy trade. They protected them with literal armies and cannons. That is how valuable the slave trade was. One of the wildest facts about those slave castles in Cape Coast and Elmina is that churches were literally deliberately built directly on top of the dungeons where the captured Africans were kept. Now, everybody Google Cape Coast if you don't know what's going on right here. Horrible. The godly governors running the place and their soldiers could contemplate the Almighty while literally below their feet, men and women packed into the crowded, pitch dark cells were loudly suffering and often dying, having to eat, sleep, defecate, urinate, and everything else on the same dank floors. Let's keep going. And any of them who didn't go blind or die were forced at gunpoint through the door of no return and unto slave ships, bound for the new world, never to be heard of again. But Uncle said want to act like, you know what I'm saying? Oh no, they're misinterpreting the book. No. And that is just how central the Christian churches, Catholics, Presbyterians, and Anglicans were in the grisly enterprise of the transatlantic slave trade. This is Cape Coast Ghana right here. You got a goddamn slave dungeon at the bottom, and you got a whole motherfucking church right on top of it. So don't hit me with that. The Bible is not anti-African. The castle's church was built directly above the men's dungeon. The guys say the prisoners may have been able to hear the prayers and songs seeking down through the stone. Between the late 17th and early 19th century, some 3 million West African slaves, many traded to the British by African tribes, were shipped out to the Americas from this ironically picturesque fading white prison. 4 in 10 never survived the torturous transatlantic voyage, crammed barely alive in the hull below the deck. The average stay was 2 to 6 months, 1,000 men. Some slept sitting, others in rows, their heads between the legs of their fellows. After a while, they had no senses anymore. They were chattel. This shit sounds sad reading this shit. In a woman's dungeon, much smaller, some 400 female slaves were kept. Breeding was important. Slave buyers in the Americas wanted to make sure their slaves could produce more slaves, so they sent some women too. What book these people was reading, Uncle said? All right, let's keep going. A few women became lucky. When the castle's commander wanted companionship, the soldiers would march the women into the courtyard, and from a walkway above, the commander would pick one out. She was washed and brought to him. If she got pregnant, she was sent to a house in town and taken care of, and her mulatto child was sent to school and treated well. All right, let's keep going. What book was the British reading during the transatlantic slave trade, Uncle said? Yeah, you guessed it right. It's the Bible. Let's pay attention. Okay, Numbers 12. And Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman who he had married. For he had married an Ethiopian woman. But Uncle said it was just, they showed Egypt unity. Everything was good. They vilified Egypt. They looked at Egypt like it was a great. You damn right you got to look at it like it's a great place. Nigga, we got pyramids and shit. The hell, you can't downplay what's in stone. You damn right they better look up to us. But in the same goddamn breath, when goddamn Moses had this goddamn Egyptian nigga, it was problems. But you want to say everybody looked Arab. Everybody, nah, I don't want to hear none of that. They was in there. He will gain, Daniel 11:43. He will gain control of the treasures of gold and silver and all the riches of Egypt, with the Libyans and Cushites in submission. So this book trying to take our natural resources, you know what I'm saying? But my opponent want me to believe the Bible is not anti-African. All right, let's keep going. The topaz of Ethiopia shall not equal it, neither shall it be valued with pure gold. Job 28:19. So basically the Bible is talking shit about our goddamn natural resources. And Uncle said want to say the Bible is not anti-African. We know the Bible only want milk and honey, Uncle said. You're going to get your goddamn milk and honey. Don't worry. After this damn debate, we like gold and shit in Africa. Isaiah 45:14. Thus said the Lord, the labor of Egypt and merchandise of Ethiopia and the Sabians, men of stature, shall come unto thee, and they shall be thine, and they shall come after thee, in chains they shall come over. Listen to this shit. And they shall fall down unto thee, and they shall make supplication unto thee, saying, surely God is in thee, and there is no one else, there is no God. So so this goddamn scripture saying my ancestors gonna submit themselves into slavery. Who the fuck he think we is? He don't know we war. They didn't know we was warriors. They didn't know we was goddamn warriors. Put the gun down, play foul. Let's work. The Trinity. The Asar Set Heru Trinity in Kemet culturally is similar to the Christian Trinity. Life after death. Egyptians believed that the judgment awaited them after death, and that they had to weather the wrath of the gods to avoid a dreadful date. I'm gonna go even further though. The goddamn Bible is anti-African. I'm going further.
Watch your time.
I got 3 minutes. Don't I got 3 minutes?
All right.
Ephesians 6, 5, and 8. Slaves, obey your earthly master with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Obey them not only to win their favor when their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. Serve wholeheartedly, as if you were serving the Lord, not people, because you know that the Lord will reward each one for whatever good they do, whether they are slaves or free. So what my boy said, Desmond Tutu, at the very beginning of my opening, we closed our. They say let's pray. We closed our eyes. We had the book. They had to go the whole goddamn land. The whole understanding from reading the Bible is God is okay with enslaving dark people. He giving the Israelites hope that they will one day be slave masters. If that's not the case, why have it been a damn instruction guide for Christians, Jews, and Muslims used to rob Africa? Show me God talking good about Egyptians and the Pharaoh. Show me God talking good about Ethiopia being the chosen people. According to the Bible, Ethiopians and Egyptians are not considered the chosen people. This designation primarily belongs to the Israelites, specifically the Jewish people, as stated in various passages throughout the Old Testament. This is not your book, black man. All right, let's keep going. So here go another map right here. You know what I'm saying? We got Bethlehem. This is who Uncle said, saying that the people that built the pyramids look like. You know what I'm saying? We got Babylon. We know what an Arab look like. I think only Uncle said don't know what an Arab look like. Look, all this Middle Eastern type, Eurasian type. We know what an Arab look like. We know what a Roman Greek look like, Uncle said. We not blind. And we know what we look like. We know what the fuck we look like. That's a fact. We know, and we worship black gods. We know what's going on. Your eyes are perfectly fine. The people describe themselves and who they ran into. We got the Egyptian right here, the Indo-European, other African, and a Semite. We know what we was looking at. The Victory Stele, discovered in 1888. This Victory Stele is basically about Taharka, Memphis. It say Taharka retreated with his army to Memphis. Memphis was taken with Taharka, then fleeing to the kingdom of Cush. So this is showing ancient Egyptians actually leaving Africa, getting their ass whooped by a Sardan, and fleeing into Egypt. Fleeing into Cush, fleeing into what we call the Sudan today. All right, showing the Assyrians kicking Egyptians, Nubians back. They eventually fled to Nubia. We know why the modern Egyptians can't speak Metanetta, Uncle said. We know the truth. All right, let me see. My opponent wants you to believe Arabs look like Africans and that Egyptians that's there right now are the ancient Egyptians. All right, that's my time. I'll stop.
Time. All right. Let's keep it right. Let's keep it rolling. What we on? Bottom of the second. Let's get Cedric's information. Let's get him on the screen so we can get this party started off right.
So when you're ready, let me start my time. You see me on the big screen?
Let me see. Oh,
nah.
Put you on the big screen?
Yeah. I'm sharing.
Oh, my bad.
All right. Said you are on the screen. The time is 1:48. Where's 1:49 is the time. Cedric, it's on you. Bottom of the second. Let's go.
Okay, so now let me address again my opponent's anachronistic arguments. The debate topic is the Bible an anti-African book? So the focus should be on the text of the Bible, not how the Bible is used. When you talk about the geography of the Bible, you're not going to South Africa. You're not talking about slave trade. You're not talking about none of that. Of course, we know how the Bible was used, but the question is the Bible itself an anti-African book? Absence of anti-African sentiment. Critics of the Bible often cite its harsh treatment of certain groups as evidence of bias. However, A closer examination shows no unique hostility towards African cultures. Comparison to Canaanite tribes. The Bible's harshest judgment is reserved for Canaanite tribes, often described as wicked due to their practices, for example, child sacrifice. These judgments are theological, not racial. Let's deal with the killing of the firstborn, a pivotal moment in the biblical narrative. The scripture, Egyptians killed Israelite babies. Exodus chapter 1, verses 15 to 12. The Egyptian midwife, Siphrah and Paul, are ordered by Pharaoh to kill all newborn Israelite males. However, they disobey and allow the babies to live. Now, if the Bible was an anti-African book, would it write that narrative? Scripture, God's revelation, Exodus 7, verses 12 to 14 and verse 30. God sends the plague upon Egypt as a punishment for their mistreatment of the Israelites. The 10 plagues of death of every firstborn son as a direct response to Pharaoh's order to kill the Israelites' babies. The parting of the Red Sea and the destruction of the Egyptian army is another example of God's retaliation against Egyptians for their oppression of the Israelites. So you see, again, it's about the context, the complexities of the relationship with these neighboring cultures and civilization, Canaanite practices and biblical condemnation. The Canaanites, as it's described as engaging in practices deemed abhorrent by biblical standards. Are the Canaanites Africans? No, they're not, such as child sacrifice, idolatry, and ritual prostitution. These actions are cited as reasons for the judgment aligned with the biblical theological focus on moral behavior rather than racial identity. Key verses, Leviticus chapter 18, verses 21 to 25. Do not give any of your children to be sacrificed to Molech. Do not defile yourself in any of these ways, because this is how the nations that I am going to drive out before you became defiled. The condemnation is specifically linked to the practice like child sacrifice, which the Israelites were commanded to avoid. Deuteronomy 12, verse 31. You must not worship the Lord your God in their way, because in worshiping their gods, they do all kinds of detestable things the Lord hates. They even burn their sons and daughters in the fire as sacrifice to their gods. I'm staying in the Bible because the debate is the Bible an anti-African book? The focus is on detestable religious practices, not the Canaanites' identity or heritage. Assyrian invasion of North Israel. Deuteronomy verse 20, chapter 20, verses 16 to 18. Completely destroy them. The Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, as the Lord your God has commanded you. None of those ites are African. Otherwise, they will teach you to follow all their detestable things they do in worshiping their gods, and you will sin against the Lord your God. The rationale of destruction is theological, to prevent the Israelites from adopting Canaanite practices. Babylon and Assyrian invasion. The Bible chronicles invasions by the Babylonians and the Assyrians, who disseminate Israel and Judah. These narratives do not extend such condemnation to Egypt or Cush. The Bible frequently details invasion of Israel and Judah by the Assyrians and Babylonians, portraying these events as divine judgment of the Israelites' failure to remain faithful to their covenant with God. These narratives emphasize the theological themes of repentance and restoration, while reserving harsh language for Babylon and Assyria. By contrast, Egypt and Cush are not subject to the same level of condemnation, often being portrayed as neutral or even positively in key biblical texts, as you saw in my previous one. I don't know what my opponent is doing. He's appeal to emotion. Yes, I hate slavery too, but you don't have to use conjecture to make the Bible be the anti-African book based on the history that we share as Africans in the West. We know the doctrine of discovery, but we're talking in this debate, is the Bible an anti-African book? Babylon and Assyrian invasion in biblical context, Assyrian invasion of Israel, northern kingdom. 2 Kings chapter 17 verses 5 to 7. The king of Assyria invades the entire land, marched against Samaria, and laid siege to it for 3 years. All this took place because the Israelites had sinned against the Lord their God. The fall of Israel is framed as a result of Israel's sin, and Assyria is a tool of divine judgment. The Assyrians are portrayed as brutal conquerors, for example, the siege tactics and deportation. But their role as a theological adversary is more significant than their ethnicity. We're talking about the Bible here. These racial constructs are misplaced. Babylon invasion of Judah, we call them anachronistic. Southern kingdom, 2 Kings chapter 25 verses 8 to 11. On the 7th day of the 5th month, Nebuchadnezzar, commander of the imperial guard and an official of the king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem. He set fire to the temple of the Lord and the royal palace and all the houses of Jerusalem. Every important building he burned down. The destruction of Jerusalem by Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar is depicted as catastrophic and symbolizing divine punishment for Judah's unfaithfulness. Jeremiah 25 verses 8 to 11. Because you have not listened to my words, I will summon all the people of the north and my servant Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. This whole country will become a desolate wasteland. Babylon is explicitly called God's instrument of punishment, but is later judged for its own arrogance and cruelty. Condemnation of Babylon and Assyria, Isaiah 13 verses 19. Babylon, the jewel of kingdoms, the pride and glory of the Babylonians, will be overthrown by God like Sodom and Gomorrah. Babylon's pride and cruelty are met with harsh prophetic condemnation. Nahum chapter 3 verses 1 through 4. Assyria, woe to the city of blood, full of lies, full of plunder, never without victims. The crack of the whip, the clatter of wheels, many casualties, piles of dead bodies without number. Nineveh, and the Assyrian capital, is condemned for its violence and exploitation. Neutral and positive portrayal of Egypt. While Egypt is sometimes depicted as enemy during the Exodus, it is not subject to the same level of vitriol as Babylon and Assyria. In Genesis chapter 41, verses 41 to 44, Joseph becomes the high-ranking official in Egypt and saves his family during the famine, and is depicted as a land of opportunity and refuge. Isaiah 19 verses 21 to 25, the Lord will make himself known to the Egyptians, and in that day they will acknowledge the Lord. That is inclusion. That is not anti-African. Blessed be the Egypt, my people, Assyria, my handiwork, and Israel, my inheritance. The prophecy envisions Egypt, eventual inclusion in God's plan, reflecting a more conciliatory tone. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. A positive role of Cush. Cush is frequently portrayed in a favorable light. Isaiah 18 to chapter 18 verse 7. At that time, gifts will be brought to the Lord Almighty from a people tall and smooth skin to Mount Zion, the place of the name of the Lord Almighty. Cush is seen as an ally and participants in God's worship. Jeremiah 38 verse 7 to 13. Ebed-melech, a Cushite servant, saved the prophet Jeremiah from death, highlighting Cushite's individual positive contribution in the biblical narrative. Positive interaction with African cultures. When the Hebrews were enslaved in Egypt, it was Pharaoh, not the Egyptian people, who were depicted as an oppressor. The Bible repeatedly portrays Africans as integral to the world stage, as in Jeremiah 38 verses 7 to 13, where Ebed-melech, a Cushite, saves the prophet Jeremiah. But Melech-ebed, a Cushite, an official in the royal palace, heard that they had put Jeremiah into the cistern while the king was sitting in the Benjamin gate. Ebed-melech went out of the palace and said to him, "My lord the king, these men have acted wickedly in all they have done to Jeremiah the prophet. They have thrown him into a cistern where he will starve to death when there is no longer any bread in the city." Then the king commanded Ebed-melech the Cushite, "Take 30 men from here with you and lift Jeremiah the prophet out of the cistern before he dies." So Ebed-melech took the men with him and went to a room under the treasury in the palace. He took some old rags and worn out clothes from there and let them down with ropes to Jeremiah in the cistern. Ebed-melech the Cushite said to Jeremiah, "Put these old rags and worn out clothes under your arms to pass the ropes." Jeremiah did so, and they pulled him with the ropes and lifted him out of the cistern. Jeremiah remained in the courtyard of the guard. Other African kings and kingdoms blessed by God. King Taharka of Cush fought the Assyrians. So you were taking him out of context. He was fighting the Assyrians to liberate the Israelites. King Melanctha of Axum, Ethiopia, son of Solomon and Sheba. Positive interaction between African in the biblical narrative. And King Lalibela of Axum, builder of the rock-hewn church. These African kingdoms demonstrate the rich history of and cultural heritage of Africa, as well as the biblical account of blessings and interaction with the African nations. Again, undermining the narrative of the Bible is an anti-African book. You see behind there these rock-hewn church. Right? Ebed-melech intervention. Ebed-melech, a Cushite, Ethiopian or Sudanese, risked his position to advocate for Jeremiah's life, confronting the king and organizing his rescue from the muddy cistern where Jeremiah was left to die. Moral courage. Ebed-melech actions highlight compassion, bravery, and justice, traits highly praised in the biblical narrative. How is that anti-African? Positive portrayal of a Cushite. His origins as a Cushite is noted, underscoring the respect afforded to individuals from this region in the Bible. Divine reward. In Jeremiah 39:15-18, Ebed-melech receives a direct promise of safety from God for his faithfulness. This passage not only portrays Ebed-melech as a heroic figure, but also highlights the Bible's positive regard for individuals of African regions, directly countering the claim of anti-African sentiment. The Bible does not harbor hostility or prejudice specifically against African people, because that is anachronistic in itself, or cultures. Claims of anti-African sentiment are often misinterpreted biblical text like we just saw and ignore the theological, not racial motivations behind the biblical narrative. This is a lesson in staying focused on the subject. The matter is the Bible in of itself. The Bible conflicts and condemnations are theological and covenantal and not racially motivated. Positive interaction with Egypt and Cush, along with the lack of targeted hostility, refute claims that the Bible is anti-African. The evidence highlights that the complexity of the Bible's narrative and its regional context, free from modern racial constructs. The foundation, this foundation prepared me for the next round on focusing on racial claims through genetic and phenotypical analysis. And there you have the sources in my slide. Again, everything my opponent brought to the table in his last round were arguments from emotion. There were arguments, again, anachronistic, using the Bible the same way the colonizer used the Bible and not addressing the Bible for what the Bible is. He continuously says, our culture, as if we West and Central Africans are remotely mentioned in the biblical text. Again, taken out of context, the regional nature of the Bible. The Bible is a pro-Hebrew book. Of course, they are the chosen people. That doesn't automatically equate to the Bible being an anti-African book. Again, confirming my opponent's anachronistic position in this debate. With that, I yield the floor.
All right, we're going into the third round, right?
All right, all right, all right, all right. Good stuff, fellas. Good stuff. Yes, sir. We at the bottom of the third. Top of the third, actually, because that was the bottom of the second. So now we're at the top of the third. Good stuff. They're keeping it hot. A lot of information's being dropped. So everybody, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you keep up. Keep up and double check it twice.
All right. You see my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get this money.
Here we go. Top of the third. It's on Wavvy.
My opponent wants you to believe Arabs look like Africans and the Egyptians that still right now are the ancient Egyptians. Well, then why the ancient Egyptians weren't Muslims speaking Arabic? I'm cool with Egypt being multicultural, like Walmart, but don't act like it wasn't a population shift. We have dates on when the Ottomans came in, when the Persians came in, the Arabs, Romans, Greeks. Stop with the don't hit us with the, and he ain't even got on this subject yet, so I already know he lost. Stop with the 20,000-year-old been there marker crap. They put it on the walls. Round up them Arabs in Egypt right now, and we're gonna DNA test them. Herodotus, Greek historian and geographer, called the Egyptians dark skinned and had curly hair. All right, so this is a poem that Herodotus made, and then let's just go to it's about a black dove. If we just go to the last sentence and say the tale that the dove was black signifies that the woman was Egyptian. All right, let's keep going. Diodorus Siculus and Strabo thought the Egyptians and Ethiopians were black. Aristotle, the Ethiopians and Egyptians are too black. He say too black. All right, let's keep going. Hieroglyphs alphabet. Ain't no damn tiger. Ain't no damn camel. Ain't no damn turban in our hieroglyphs, Uncle said. Why the Egyptians speaking Arabic right now, Uncle said, if they was always there and they always looked Arab? Why they don't speak Metanetta now, Uncle said? When the ancient Egyptians, where the ancient Egyptians get their burial practices and traditions, Uncle said? Where them damn crowns come from, Uncle said? All right, let's keep going. Sheikh Anta Diop was a great Senegalese historian, anthropologist, philosopher, physicist, and politician. Now we're going to show why. All right, the origin, the African origin of civilization. In 1974, Diop managed to prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the Egyptians were African. He obtained pigment from Egyptian mummies and tested for their melanin content. He was able to determine their melanin content accurately and later published his technique and methodology for a melanin doses test in scholarly journals. This technique is used today by forensic investigators around the world to determine the racial identity of badly burnt accident victims. This ain't a scientific conversation, but it can be. Go DNA test them Arabs in Egypt right now, Uncle said. We know what an African look like. We know what an Arab look like. Schuneman report. Okay, we got Hawaii's got the data from 8 mummies, and they was overwhelmingly sub-Saharan. We put it in a pop affiliator. Look at that. Thuya, 93%. Yuya, 93%. Amenhotep III, 93%. Tutankhamun, 93%. Ramses III, 93%. Now, this is only on their father's side, by the way. We know we like light-skinned women, but that don't mean a goddamn thing. Where are the first gnomes? Why when you get to the Delta, it's gnome 22, Uncle said. All right, let me go to this hymn of Aten real quick, because they knew what the fuck they was looking like, and their characters as well. Their skins are different, for you have differentiated the foreigner. All right, so let's keep going. So the Egyptians knew what they looked like. Sudan comes from the Arabic phrase Bilal al-Sudan, which means land of the blacks. Greek Christians and Muslims knew what they was looking at. My opponent don't. All right, before I stop my time real quick.
All right, 208.
About to do a demonstration. I got a live demonstration. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Let me share my screen real quick.
Cedric, are you okay with that? Your mic is muted, Cedric.
Yeah, just pause this time. Just pause this time. That's all fine.
Not a problem. All right, everybody keeping up. All right, Wavvy, green light.
All right, give me a second. I'm about to pull it back up. I was about to take it down. I'm going to pull it back up. All right. You can see it.
It's coming, not yet. Your original slide is up, DNA.
All right. Let me see. All right. Start my time.
By any metric you want, by any metric. First of all, we know for a fact that the greatest genetic diversity exists on the continent of Africa. So pretty much any genetic diversity that you see outside of Africa pretty much came from Africa. So to say that something came into Africa is suspect. It was just, you were good for that last part. To say that a civilization in Africa is only established by entities, by humans that came from outside of Africa is completely pseudo, based on this premise. The fact that
you know what we are? We are West Sudanic Creoles. That's what I consider us.
There you go. Yes. All the
way from camping. Because no, I'm saying for the conversation, Cedric is assuming that happy is a symbol of fertility, period, point blank. But the whole article that Wiki is explaining right where we're reading from, it's fertility as it regards to the flooding of the Nile. It actually said that the flooding coming is called the arrival of happy. Good gracious. It's not talking about fertilizing an egg, fertilizing an egg, and stuff like that.
What arrived there? The flooding or fertility? Fertility is a result of, but doesn't arrive.
Both. Fertility is in English, no, listen. Both arrive because fertility of the land does not happen unless the flood, so it comes together.
So what happy represents?
Wait. This is not rocket science.
No, what happy represents? The flooding or fertility? What is a symbol of the flooding or a symbol of fertility?
It says he's a symbolized fertility, but what I'm saying is the fertility is not just this end all be all fertility. In concept,
that's what you saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I never said.
But that's what you saying. That's what you just said. But this is what you saying. No, it doesn't say that.
It's actually not, man.
Arabs today.
Why you keep talking about today?
Arabs.
Arab looking.
You said did he say that was Nubian? Did he say that was Nubian?
He said wherever you find the giraffe, you find black nigga. They only live where black people live.
They only live with black. Black people will take giraffes, will not hang out with
them. You see how they can say black so confident?
Why is it so important to us? And why are we fighting it head on?
I'm asking you the same question. Why are we going out of our way to make Egypt something other than African and black?
Yeah, but you got some Americans that look like they straight out of East Africa.
There you go. So now you want to tell me that an Egyptian was going to represent the East Africa? Answer me a question. How did the Arabs end up?
He just by himself.
Take a snap.
The population was moved out. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not. Wait, I'm saying. Wait. When I make my reference, the exact reference that I'm making, if you look at South Africa today, take a snapshot at the political structure and the social structure, and you look at the ruling class and you look at this thing, and you look at it and you say that's how it's always been, and you look at Egypt today, you say that's how it's always been. And is that a way to evaluate Egypt? The history is closer. The history is closer. We can a little bit more details, but we understand the same exact principles taking place.
Okay,
that's the invading class, that is the ruling class.
So explain.
That becomes the face of the nation.
So you have to explain.
We're dealing with the Arab Republic of Egypt. Doesn't that say something?
No. So
yeah. So but then too, like during the Greco-Roman period too, you had a lot of people that were in Egypt that migrated to Aswan too.
Now, Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, all of Africa is considered part of the Arab world.
Thank you very much. Brought into Africa, unquote, black. The conversation of the nuance with this conversation is, first of all, we're disputing whether Egyptians, quote unquote, were black. Now that in itself is a relative term and a speculator. Why? The whole idea that the civilization of Egypt was brought into Africa is the whole basis of questioning the the physical character, the phenotype of these people. Now, when I'm dissecting the discussion, it doesn't make sense to look at these people outside of the context of being Eastern Africa.
Right. Oh, well, you know, they not black like us African Americans. Like, we got copyrights on what blackness is.
They had derogatory terms for black people that just meant slave.
I know they had a derogatory term for the people that they enslaved that happened to be black.
No, yo, you tripping?
Right.
If you took an ancient Egyptian and put him or her into Alabama in 1954, they would have had to sit at the back of the bus. So if you're asking, were the ancient Egyptians black? My answer is yes.
Hey, the chat element right here, and this is his stance on indigenous Africans.
Really? When back in the day when they were saying black, they was talking about Africans. Then all of a sudden, right, when they realized that Egypt was in Africa, then half of Africa was just black people. I remember that. They called it the dark continent, right? And in the midst of their racism, niggas came from the dark continent, nowhere else. Then when they got there and seen them great monuments and all that shit, rising and resting in them, then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It was they ain't black no more. They half black. Oh, half of it, they put a line there and say, right there with Egypt style, oh, that's it. Everybody else was black, they're not black. Black was really saying that they're not African, right? So black was really synonymous, bro. And I was gonna say that skin map, it's not to be taken verbatim. They got ranges. You got, you know what I'm saying, look at the ranges.
How are you gonna say these people do not have a phenotype that resembles the rest of Africa? Why are we doing that? We're looking at the politics of today, because when we take a political snapshot and say Morocco, we look at the mostly Arabians and say, oh, they also next to Moroccans that look just like me. And I was like, black Moroccan. No, they were always there. They didn't import. He was always a Moroccan. Black just like me. So now when you say North Africans, what do you mean by that? Because there are different
Prove that.
I personal experience.
This little now right here, what it mean, what it.
So I'm trying to figure.
When they talk about middle now culture, they talking about those area cultures. Blue black. We got these blue black people.
Nah, they don't have to be blue black.
That's what they're described. No, but I ain't been insulting. That's what they're described as. Blue black.
Everybody don't got to be blue black though. It's just gonna be, and Egypt is there too, so they gonna be just as they lived in that area. It's gonna be the same color as down the street.
So we got.
Did you get that though, right?
Answer me a question. How did the Arabs end up?
He just by himself.
Arabs today.
Why you keep talking about today?
Arab looking.
Yo, what happened to the black people, yo? That's all I keep saying.
What happened? See, that's the wrong
question. No. What happened to the sub-Saharan Africans?
That's the wrong question.
I'm just wondering. They've been on the river first. We do know that sub-Saharan. We know that sub-Saharan, no matter what you say, chef, right? That sub-Saharan Africans, Homo sapiens, right, migrated to out of Ethiopia. They was there first. Then you start getting to point, yo. The places first that existed. What happened to them though? So what happened to them then? That's my point. Where'd it go? They could have mutated. They could have been supplanted. I'm gonna get y'all on record. So the niggas that was on it now mutated to something we don't know no more.
That race thing is crazy. The race.
No. I agree with King crazy. I agree with everything Uncle is saying makes sense.
No, said genetically. I said, well, the claim that African Americans have absolutely no connection to ancient Egypt. I said, by what means? Culturally, genetically, or what layer are we talking? So somebody said genetically. I said, well, that one is not true because genetically, I can use myself as the example. I do share an ancestor with Ramses III.
I think over 70% of African Americans share an ancestor with Ramses III.
So if that's the case, then we can't say that African Americans are not genetically related to ancient Egyptians.
Wording.
Yeah, we just got to be honest with that.
Yeah, he got y'all. I mean, in that sense, got pushed out.
That got pushed out.
Nobody want to stand on it though.
Right. Nah, them same niggas. Them niggas, the white niggas you see, them the children of them Somali niggas that went over there.
Real quick, right here. There you go. It's a classical Greek and Roman writers refer to all of Sudanic and sub-Saharan Africa as, there you go. What's that? Ethiopica. While the term Africa originally referred only to the Maghreb and the region on the northwestern coast of the continent. Most Ethiopians in the Roman Empire likely came from East Africa through Egypt and Nubia, but new evidence has also highlighted the role of trade and military interaction between West Africa and the Roman Empire. Just want to put that in the air for y'all.
And by the way,
not just go ahead.
I agree with Aunt King Crazy. I agree with everything Aunt is saying makes sense.
No,
Take a snap.
that population was moved out. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not. Wait, I'm saying. Wait. When I make my reference, the exact reference that I'm making, if you look at South Africa today, take a snapshot at the political structure and the social structure, and you look at the ruling class and you look at this thing, and you look at it and you say that's how it's always been, and you look at Egypt today, you say that's how it's always been. And is that a way to evaluate Egypt? The history is closer. The history is closer. We got a little bit more detail, but we understand the same exact principles taking place.
Okay,
that is the invading class, that is the ruling class.
So explain.
That becomes the base of the nation.
So you have
now
to
we're dealing
explain.
with the Arab. We're dealing with the Arab Republic of Egypt. Doesn't that say something?
No. So
Not anywhere. It said they were going to the people to the south of them. So the people.
who was the people to the south of them?
To the people to the south of them was coincidentally black.
Is the Berbers African? I'm hearing Ankh right now, and I'm going, huh? He said what? No, but how? That don't make no sense. The Egyptians said that they come from the south. The south is Africa. If the Egyptians said that, I learned this from the squad, okay? I'm repeating what I learned from the squad. The Egyptians said themselves, the Ramesh said themselves, they came from the south. The south could only be further in Africa.
Yeah, the Berbers are African. Yeah, that's his research. I'm not making that.
Okay.
Not me. Like, so are y'all familiar with the Nubian trade to India?
Yeah.
The elephant trade.
Yeah.
So how far is that? It's a long fucking way, ain't it? Think about that. Let's look at the map. So y'all familiar with the elephant trade? All the way down.
Nobody's
there. Right. They got there walking. You know, Homo sapiens is made to walk. That's what they do. They walk. They walk. They walk. So I'm saying, once I realized that Musa walked all the way to Mecca, who am I to say, right? Who am I to say that it's not possible for other niggas in West Africa to walk up there? Like that's like I can't say it. Maybe y'all can look yourself in the mirror and say it with a straight face. Hold on, let me make my point. Now we might not have the evidence that we're looking for right now, but that's cool. I'm not saying that, but we do know that Musa walked. We do know this for sure. And he walked to Egypt. He did all that. So that nigga can walk to Egypt. So y'all saying that the Arabs told him about Egypt? Just say, I want to hear you say it.
Right. If you took an ancient Egyptian and put him or her into Alabama in 1954, they would have had to sit at the back of the bus. So if you're asking, were the ancient Egyptians black? My answer is yes.
It's time.
All right. Bottom of the third. Bottom of the third. Wavvy with the video for the top of the third. With a little footage. What was that, a recording? Already.
So I'm going to share my screen. Let me know when it's shared so I could put this to bed, because that was, man, how you say piss poor?
Oh, look, man, look. Hold on, we gotta get you on the screen. Hold on, Cedric. Let me get you on the screen first so we can get your time going.
Yeah, let me know when you got me on the screen so we can get this show.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you the green light. 1 second. Wavvy, we can get Brother Ced on the big screen. All right, loading up. All right, you good? Green light. 222.
After that last round demonstration, we see now he's swimming in deep waters. Like I said, I'll take him in deep waters and make him drown. Genetic and phenotypic continuity in North Africa, the Levant, and Arabia. The genetic makeup of ancient populations in North Africa, the Levant, and Arabia reveals shared ancestry. Research indicates that population in these regions possess admixture from sub-Saharan Africa, the Near East, and Europe. The genetic diversity as a product of millennia of human migration and exchange. The study by Lazardus and colleagues in 2016, published in Nature, analyzed ancient DNA from 44 individuals spanning regions in the Levant and North Africa over a period of roughly 10,000 years. The researchers found that ancient populations in the Near East, including the Levant and North Africa, exhibited significant genetic overlap, reflecting a shared ancestral pool. And this ancestry includes contribution from both African and Near Eastern lineages, showing extensive gene flow and admixture over millennia. Specifically, these populations had ties to the Natufians and the early farmers in the Levant, who displayed genetic links to basal Eurasian population, as well as connections to sub-Saharan Africa through ancient migration events. These findings highlights the fluidity of ancient genetic landscapes and challenges rigid modern racial categorization, the anachronistic position of my young opponent here, and the lookership that was on display. The study also underscores the shared human heritage across Africa and the Near East, indicating early farming communities in these regions were deeply interconnected. Check out the Oxford Academic. This research supports the argument that the idea of a monolithic African identity, either in genetic or phenotypic terms, is scientifically inaccurate, and it reveals that ancient populations were diverse and interconnected, countering modern misconceptions rooted in narrow racial constructs. Contribution from sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa. Studies on modern and ancient genomes indicate that North African populations carry substantial genetic input from sub-Saharan African populations, dating back thousands of years. These migrations of early pastoralists and agriculturalists likely facilitated this exchange. Yes, they walk. The study by Hallfelder and colleagues in 2017 focuses on the complex genetic history of North African populations, particularly the Berbers, the Amazigh, highlighting their continuity with ancient populations and notable admixture with sub-Saharan Africa and Eurasian sources. You can see on the map right there. All right, the research published in PLOS Genetics analyzed about 3.9 singular nucleotide polymorphism SNPs from various groups in Northeast Africa, including Sudan and South Sudan. Key findings: a genetic continuity and admixture. The Berber group exhibit a long-standing genetic continuity with indigenous North African populations, combined with significant admixture from sub-Saharan Africans and Eurasian migrations. This indicates an enduring connection between African and non-African gene pools in the region. North African genetics are characterized by a unique blend of ancestry that distinguish the region from sub-Saharan Africa, West Africa, and other parts of the continent. Here's an overview of the genetic of the distinct North African genetic component. Berber ancestry, and now you can see from Yemen all the way across to Morocco. The indigenous Berber population of North Africa, also known as Amazigh, have a genetic component that dates back thousands of years, separate from sub-Saharan African and Middle Eastern lineages. Distinct marker Berbers carry a high frequency of a Y DNA haplogroup called the EM81, often referred to as the Berber marker. This is science that we're dealing with now, son, which is almost exclusively found in North Africa. Cultural and genetic diversity. There is substantial genetic heterogeneity among Berber-speaking groups. Some isolated populations, such as those in Tunisia, show strong continuity with ancient North Africans, while others, such as Moroccan and Algerian Berbers, reflect greater levels of gene flow from neighboring regions, such as sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East. Why do you think they speak Islam now? Right? Historical influence. Admixed patterns correspond with known historical events such as Arab migration and the spread of Islam, which reshaped the genetic landscape. For instance, Arab migration introduced Middle Eastern genes along with sub-Saharan influence linked through historical trade and movement. Near Eastern admixture in early African population. Watch the migratory paths from inner Africa, from the Levant, from the Basal Eurasian, from the Ibero-Maurusian. Ancient DNA study also show movement in the opposite direction, with populations from the Near East influencing the genetic makeup of those in Africa. Early agriculturalists in the Levant likely spread genetic markers into North Africa through the movement of technologies and people. Back and forth migration. You see in the Neolithic time, people coming in. You see 10 or 12,000 years ago, people coming in. And lastly, you see the Arab invasion. But those movements were always happening. The study by Skoglund and colleagues in 2017, published in Cell, used genomic-wide analysis to reconstruct prehistoric and African population structures, focusing on ancient DNA from East African, including Ethiopian samples. This research reveals significant genetic admixture from Near Eastern populations into East African populations approximately 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. This event coincides with the introduction of agriculture and pastoralism to the region, which aligns with the archaeological evidence of cultural exchange between the Levant and the Horn of Africa. These people were already trading back and forth. Key findings: ancient admixture genome-wide data confirmed the early East African population had considerable genetic input from ancient Near Eastern groups, likely driven by migration and trade. This admixture event shaped the genetic landscape of the Horn of Africa. Cultural and demographic impact: the Near Eastern admixture corresponds with the Neolithic revolution spread, bringing new technologies and societal structures to East Africa, moving in the Neolithic time, around 7,000 years ago. Integration with local populations. Now read this slow. Despite the Near Eastern genetic contribution, East African populations retain significant indigenous African ancestry, highlighting a complex pattern of integration and coexistence. This study underscores the interconnectedness of Africa and the Near Eastern population, challenging narratives of isolated development. So now you can't talk about racism because these people shared culture, shared genetics. They were mixing back and forth. The role of geography in genetic diversity. The Levant in North Africa, situated at the crossroads of Africa, Europe, and Asia, naturally became zones of genetic exchange. Findings from research on the Sinai Peninsula and surrounding regions suggest a consistent movement of people facilitated by trade routes and climate change. Turchin and colleagues, 2020. This is science, this is in my realm now. Describe the genetics and cultural history of North Africa and the Levant as a dynamic process of interaction between local populations and incoming groups. This region is characterized as a melting pot due to the extensive gene flow from neighboring areas, including sub-Saharan Africa, the Levant, and Europe. Studies on ancient genomes highlight significant genetic contribution from epipaleolithic populations of the Levant and sub-Saharan Africa, as you saw in the last slide, as well as later admixture with Neolithic groups and Mediterranean groups. You saw the Neolithic exchange coming in. So we know how these admixture things happen. Such data demonstrates that ancient populations of North Africa and the Levant were not distinct racial groups as conceived in modern terms, but were part of a continuum of human diversity shaped by ongoing migration and local adaptation. This interconnectedness undermines the validity of imposing contemporary racial constructs. I tell you, anachronism is at the foundation of the whole argument, highlighting the anachronistic nature of such arguments. Phenotypic traits, that's what you want to know, how they look, right? Now let's get it. The genetic evidence of studies on populations in North Africa, the Levant, and East Africa reveals itself in the phenotypic diversity of the region. Which reflects millennia of gene flow and environmental adaptation. Skin color. Are they black? Phenotypical traits such as skin tone vary significantly, with lighter complexions often seen in the Mediterranean. You didn't see the word white. Lighter complexion often seen in the Mediterranean coastal North African population due to admixture with Mediterranean and Near Eastern groups, while darker tones persist in populations closer to Sub-Saharan Africa. These variations reflect ancient admixture events, such as those identified in the Lazarus and colleagues study in 2016 and the Hallfelder study and colleagues in 2017. Check out the Oxford Academic. Facial features, variation in facial structures, such as a narrow nose and finer features seen in many North African and Levantine populations, correspond with gene flow from both African and Eurasian ancestries. Nobody is denying the Africanness. They were always there. Populations came in. These features are influenced by both genetic admixture and environmental pressures, such as arid climate. Hair types. Hair texture ranges widely across regions, from tightly coiled to wavy or straight. This diversity reflects admixture between Africans, Near Eastern, and Mediterranean populations, as is documented by studies like the Scotland study in 2017. That's also found in the Oxford Academic. Height and build. Environment and genetic influence have shaped the height and body composition, with pastoralist groups in East Africa, for example, developing adaptations for endurance and heat dissipation, tied with both indigenous African genetics and admixture with Near Eastern populations. Barry J. Kemp, Ancient Egyptian Autonomy of a Civilization, emphasizes the cultural and biological diversity of ancient Egypt, in particular, focus on the phenotypes represented in Egyptian art and their historical context. Kemp notes that ancient Egyptians are deliberately portrays a range of physical characteristics reflecting the region's role as a crossroads of civilization. This visual diversity aligns with the archaeological and genetic evidence, and not with my brother's feelings of connections with both Sub-Saharan Africa and the Levant. Kemp highlights how ancient Egyptians' identity was shaped not only by geographic proximity to diverse groups, but also by cultural exchange with neighboring regions. He argues that these depictions were purposeful, showcasing ties to Sub-Saharan African and Egyptian civilization, and rejecting simplistic, like my brother here, good brother here, simplistic racial classifications. His analysis underscores how Egyptian societies integrated influences from surrounding populations while maintaining a unique cultural identity. This rich phenotypic diversity is a testament to the region's genomic interconnectedness and historical complexities. It challenges narrow monolithic racial narratives, underscoring the role of shared ancestry and adaptive traits shaping human appearances. With that, I yield the floor. This is easy.
Time. All right. And there it goes. It is over for the rounds. Are y'all going to Q&A?
Uncle said, you want to do Q&A or closing or both?
We could do let us close up and open up the panel. Let's see what.
All right, we can close it up. All right. Well, there you go, y'all. It's in the books. It's in the history books. There you go. You know what I'm saying? Another debate, another big topic. All right, y'all take it away.
I'm about to put the link in the chat, and then I'm gonna do my closing. And while Uncle said doing his closing, I'm gonna put a poll in the chat. Shout out to everybody that tapped in. Shout out to everybody that came through. If y'all got any questions for both of us, hit the link. Shout out to shout out to everybody that came through, man. It's
smash the like button. Smash the like button, share the show. Let everyone know it's only powerful bills over here.
All right. How long is the closing, Uncle said?
3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes. All right. Yeah. All right. So let me go and start my time. All right. So today I showed that the Bible shits on Africa. When I mean Africa, I'm talking about Ethiopia and Egypt. The Bible shits on Africa. The shit is anti-African. That's what I came here to prove. I showed Bible verses. I stuck to the topic. I showed Bible verses. I showed everything I needed to show. As far as the ancient Egyptians not being the modern Egyptians, hey, y'all heard that mixtape? You know what I'm saying? You heard that that mixtape. Hey, catch that, clip it. We going viral with that mixtape right there. I got it out of and Google Egyptologist Kara Cooney. Kara Cooney, the one that said if the Egyptians was in Alabama during the 60s, they would have had to they would have had to sit at the back of the bus. So shout out to Pseudo Killers for interviewing Egyptologists, and they all agree with us on Black Egypt. You know what I'm saying? And this was a great debate, powerful bills only. Appreciate everybody tuning in. I feel like my information will test the time, and I yield my time.
Share my screen if you don't mind.
All right.
Oh, no. Yeah.
All right. I got it.
Am I up?
It's loading.
Yeah, let me know when I can go.
It's loading.
Yeah, let me know when I can go.
It's still loading. So it's still loading. Oh, it's up. Hey, y'all see Uncle Said's screen? Hey, Silk, you see Uncle Said's screen? Yeah, it's up. It's up, Uncle Said.
All right.
Oh,
So,
it's up. Hey,
I'm gonna start my time. Closing arguments, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this debate, let us revisit the central question. Is the Bible an anti-African book? I have demonstrated that such a claim is both historically and conceptually flawed. First, we established the anachronistic nature of imposing modern racial construct on an ancient text. The term African today invokes a diverse continent with no singular phenotype, cultural or racial identity. Ancient populations in the region like North Africa and the Levant reflect this diversity as confirmed by genetic studies, research by Lazardus and colleagues in 2016 and Hallfelder in 2017 highlights significant overlap in ancestry between sub-Saharan, North African, and Near Eastern people, showcasing a shared genetic and cultural history. Next, we tackle the depiction of these relationships in the Bible. Far from being an anti-African, the Bible records regional conflicts and alliances that reflect historical, geopolitical, not racial antagonism. Cushites, Egyptians, and the other groups often praised for their wisdom or strategic importance suggest respect, not rejection. Kemp 2005 further underscores the cultural fluidity depicted in Egyptian art by illustrating close ties between sub-Saharan Africa and the Levant. Furthermore, Skoglund in 2017 and Turchin in 2020 confirmed the Levant and North Africa as historical melting pot, where populations intermingled through trade, migration, and shared technological advancement. This context of interconnectedness challenged the notions of a racially segregated biblical worldview. Lastly, the argument that the Bible is anti-African is rooted in propaganda that simplifies and distorts African history. Ancient Africans were not homogeneous, black, nor were they static in their roles and identities. Instead, the interactions from Egypt to Ethiopia were nuanced and shaped by shared human experiences. In conclusion, the Bible reflects its time, a dynamic world of interwoven cultures and histories. To claim it as an anti-African not only misinterprets its content, but also perpetuates modern biases onto an ancient text. Let us reject the oversimplification and honor the complexity of our shared human heritage. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I yield the floor.
All right, I just put the poll up. Hey, one by one, y'all can come off mute, and ask y'all a question or shit, give us an opinion.
Peace to the fam.
Or give us an opinion how y'all felt the debate went.
Peace to the fam. I thought the debate went good, man. I thought the debate went good. Only problem, Super Wavy. I think Cedric. I think he TKO'd you, man. He took you out from the opening statement. You didn't get around there. So look, I thought the one statement that or point that Cedric pointed out was that this use of the term ham was taken by. Let me get it out. This term ham was used by pseudoscientific folks and then made to be used to refer to Africans in general. So that's a big mistake. Wow, that's a big mistake right there. So I got a question for both of you guys. All right, got a question for both of y'all. My question is, did the Hebrews know anything about Africans outside of Northeast Africa, and what Bible verse would bear that out?
No, they're like I illustrated. To use the term African would imply a larger and wider understanding of the continent. They knew not of an Africa. They knew of an Egypt. They knew of a Kush, and maybe to some degree.
Tell them what Kush mean, cuz.
Of certain areas of Libya. So, and again, this is all within the North African context. The shared phenotype of this region, and even in the biblical text, you do not see condemnation based on racial parameters. If we look at the interactions that the Hebrews had with the Canaanites, these people for sure shared a similar phenotype. These were the same people, yet it was the religious practices of these Canaanites that was condemned. Now, and you see that with regards to civilizations, the complexities that were described. One moment, the Assyrians are the heroes. The next moment, they're evil. One moment, the Babylonians are not so bad. The next moment, the Babylonians are condemned. One moment, Egypt is the land of salvation. The next moment, Egypt is the oppressor. This is the dynamics that are being played within the regional geopolitical structure of these people trying to establish.
Okay, can I break it down? Can I break it down?
We got a
let me answer the question.
They gotta answer my question first. Let them answer my question first.
I'm sorry. Let me answer the question.
I'm sorry for butting in. Can I break it down?
Hold up real quick, Dorsey. Let me answer the question real quick. When the Bible mentions Egypt, we know what they talking about. But now when Dorsey, mute up for me real quick. Let me answer the question.
I'm gonna slow down. I'm gonna
let you go next. All right, so when the Bible mentions Egypt, we know what they talking about. When the Bible mentions Ethiopia, we supposed to act like
Super, don't do that, man. You saying that we know what it's talking about. Break it down for us. Break it down.
Everybody don't know what they talking about.
Hey, can y'all let me answer the question? Can y'all let me answer the question? All right. So when the Bible mentions Egypt, we know what they talking about. Let's not act crazy and act like when it mentions Ethiopia, it's talking about Egypt too. No, the Bible says Ethiopia. We not slow. So none of y'all on here need to act slow. That was to your question, Joel. Dorsey, you got the flow. And Joel
how y'all doing?
Yeah, I want to go after him
for the knowledge that you've been bringing out. We got some brothers over here thinking we from Africa. I mean, are indigenous to America. I'm sorry for saying that. We are African first and foremost, and then we're gonna jump to the question that we just got off of. Egypt names meant something back then. When your daddy called you something back then, that's who you was. That's what you was to him. Now, in biblical terms, when they got them names in the Bible, it means something. Cush means black. Moses had a Egyptian or Ethiopian wife. She was black. When his sister Miriam said something bad about him, the Most High cursed her and turned her white.
I brought
White was a curse. You laughing, cuz, but it's the truth.
I brought those facts out, bro.
Joel. There wasn't no J in the alphabet. Back in the day, your name would have been Yoel with a Y. That's a hunky thing. That J is a hunky thing to hide us, our origin from the truth. Every time you see a J, it's a attempt to hide the truth. The Y and the J became interchangeable when they came down into Egypt and destroyed all our records of who we was, what we knew, and what they did not know.
Are you trying to match us with Egyptians? What are you doing right now?
We are Egyptian too. We are Egyptian too.
Hey, he giving you African.
Sorry, I
want to comment on some of the things you say.
When you talk about Babylonian, when you talk about Middle Eastern,
you can just take a break, brother.
Abraham was from. Abraham was from Ur, the land of Ur.
Can I respond to this?
That's the land of Ur. What they call Middle East or the Babylonia to this day.
Hold up.
They also said Christ and his mother and his father went down and hid in Egypt. So they had to look just like you. Just like KRS said. They had to look just like them. You can't have no white people
That's
in
not
Egypt.
necessarily true.
You can't even have no white people in Egypt to this day.
You trying, but you messing up some kind of bad.
Well, let me
brother,
you can schedule your debate later, brother. You know what I'm saying? If you want to debate, you can schedule that.
Killer in Israel today is
Brother Dorsey.
I want to respond to some of the stuff the brother
who got
said.
skin cancer and who don't?
Hold up, Brother Dorsey.
Who got skin cancer and who don't?
Hold up, Brother Dorsey.
There's a few things that need to be addressed. First of all, when you get to talking about there was no jet.
Who am I talking to?
Well, you're not talking to anybody. You're just listening right now.
Hold up, Brother Dorsey. Mute out, Brother Dorsey. Mute out, Brother Dorsey.
So here's the thing: when people say there wasn't a J, the character didn't exist. That didn't mean that the vocal tone did not exist.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm sorry, sir. Then why?
Yeah. Don't want to talk while you were talking, brother. Could you mute out?
Why do they pronounce?
Brother, can you mute out? No one talk while you was talking. Mute out.
Hey, Uncle Dorsey, keep your mic muted for me. Let us go full circle. You talk for a little minute.
So again, I'm gonna try to make this quick. When they talk about the letter J not being part of the lexicon, they're talking about the character. They're not talking about the vocal tone G or J. They're not talking about that vocal tone. They're talking about the character was invented. Okay, so that's a difference between saying, "Oh, it didn't exist, so that name wasn't that." That's not true. Okay, so when we talk about the racial connotation of the Bible, the whole entire Bible is singled around what group of people? The Israelites, right? And the book is basically saying that they are the chosen people and they are set apart from everyone else. There's another group of people that got the same type of rhetoric. They're called Nazis. They do the exact same thing. They say the exact same thing. Now, again, when we talk about in reference to the book, right? Did God kill anybody's else firstborn?
No, he slaughtered the Egyptian firstborn. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows how detrimental it is when you're dealing with offspring and your prodigy. You understand what I'm saying? So the Most High killed off their firstborn, even though Assyria did way worse of things to them than the Egyptians. The Babylonians did way worse of things to them than the Egyptians. There was a whole host of people who did way worse of things to them than the Egyptians. The Egyptians took them in, fed them, clothed them, gave them housing, the whole 9 yards, gave them a piece of their lands in Goshen, right? That's not malicious. But guess what? What happened in return was Africa. In this context, when we talk about Africa, we're talking about Ham. And I'm hearing what people saying like, "Oh, well, Ham, that's not Africa." Yeah, but when you're talking about in the context of the Bible, see, when they say Hamites, when you put ites, they're talking about people. When they say Cushites, they're talking about people. When they say Puthites, Hittites, they're talking about people. They're not just talking about land masses. They're talking about people. And for you to get up here and have a whole debate and try to separate religion, culture, and race is crazy. Because every nation had their own damn deity, and everybody knows that your deity was specific to your people. So if you are superimposing your God and your belief over my people, when we already got our own gods, we already got our own systems and our own ways, that most definitely is anti-African by any other words. And I'll land my plane.
Joel, I know, he wasn't talking to you, but you got the flow, Joel. I know you want to piggyback off of something. Hey, Kyle, we're gonna get to you next. You there, Uncle Joel? You got to unmute your mic.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I couldn't unmute. Yeah, only thing I want to say is my question never got answered. I'm still trying to figure out what nations would the Hebrews know about. I mean, there's no text. There's no text to show that the Hebrews didn't like Africans, and then just like the brother was speaking earlier, if you want to try to go to the phenotype thing about Moses being able to be in the land of Egypt, he just playing into what said, because said showed how they have contact with the lands. You got to just pull up a map. The top part of Egypt goes right over into the Levant. These people are crossing back and forth 10,000 years before there even was a Kemet. So these people are at all that, the admixture's already there. So yeah, Moses can come in there and look like them. Said explained that. So basically, if you try to make that argument from the Bible, you're saying that Cedric is correct. That's what I'm saying. Like I ain't trying to diss Super Wavy. He did his thing. But Cedric dropped the information for you to understand. Just go back and listen to it, and then you'll get a better understanding of what the Bible is saying. And just remember, this is these people's story. We shouldn't be trying to take their story and trying to make it legit and real and that will just actually happen. God killed all the firstborn. No, man, this is their story, and they trying to big up their people and make themselves a sovereign nation. So there you go.
Yeah, you sound like you agree with me on that last part. All right, Uncle Kyle, you got the flow.
Yo, peace, y'all. How y'all doing, man? It was. I just want to say it was a really it was a good debate. I think y'all both took different angles at it. I think that you both did great at expressing your angle. I'm not here to say who won the debate. That's what the crowd is for, and for whatever kind of poll y'all want to do. But I think that you guys did a great job of expressing your point. You know what I'm saying? Like I've said some of those same things you said, Wavy, about the Bible being anti-African, because look at the results of, what happens when people use it against other people. You know what I'm saying? So it's got to be anti-African. It's clear and obvious, right? But then to Said's point, it also was anti-everybody too. You know what I'm saying? It was anti everybody who was coming against that particular nation because it's anti Persian, it's anti Greek, it's anti all the Roman, it's anti all these things. You know what I'm saying? And for us to say it's particularly just anti African, I would say it would be more than it would be from that perspective more anti everything except for themselves, and that's a definition of xenophobiaism. Is wanting to exclude yourself culturally from other people. But again, it definitely was used in enslaving us. The Hermetic hypothesis, y'all went down a good rabbit hole for that. And the one thing, the one critique that I would say though is when you went down, and this is for Super Wavy, when you went down the path of dealing with genetics and stuff, I think that may not be your strongest suit. And I think that you gave that portion over to Sid dealing with like like migrations and genetics and SNPs and all that type of stuff. But I would say just play more to your strengths. And if you got a weakness, just focus on it and make that your next strength. But great job, both of y'all.
Appreciate that. Appreciate it.
All right, Uncle JJ. Goddamn me, unmute your mic. Calling from Colorado, Denver, Colorado.
What's going on?
What's going on?
Great debate. I ain't being biased or nothing, but yeah, man, you can't play a whole audio for your third round because that's not you. That's so that's just a tip. So you kind of gave that round away. You did good though but it's just I think you was on the wrong side of the fence as far as because the Israelites got killed in the Bible just as much as anybody.
I'm sorry, sir. We were supposed to be persecuted. He said that if you transgress my law, you are going to come under judgment.
Hey, Super, what we doing, man? Brother, wait for you.
Hey,
we adults over here. Everybody wait their turn. Nobody interrupted you, man. You said your part.
Hey, let him finish up, and you can go right after him up. Let him finish. You can go right after him.
Went 3 times already. Go ahead, man. You go again, and then I go. Go ahead,
sir.
JJ,
I'm not trying to overtalk you.
You already made me lose my chain. Go ahead, brother.
But
hey,
we're gonna go all the way back.
Uncle Dorsey.
We're gonna go all the way back. Abraham, when they called.
All right, JJ, you got the floor. Uncle Dorsey, you go after JJ. JJ, you got the floor.
All right. So I did this debate before as well, and I'm on the side. I'm on the side of what the Bible say. You know what I'm saying? There's nowhere where he just. Matter of fact, some of the Canaanites that was in Canaan was assimilated into being Israelites, either by intermarriage or just by them blending in with them. Some of these people, some of these Africans were they came out of Egypt with the Israelites. A lot of the patriarchs married women. An Ethiopian eunuch was converted over by I think it was Philip. The scriptures in there talking about Egypt is my firstborn and Cush. What are we doing here? The Garden of Eden is in goddamn Ethiopia. Ephraim and Manasseh, they come from a African mama. Shit, Moses had an African lady, Abraham. What the hell is going on, man? And then, like I say, so we're going to base it off them killing babies? Oh, yeah, but they killed the Egyptian firstborn babies. After goddamn 9 goddamn chances, according to the book, get your shit together. Because we must not forget, he told the maid servants to go kill the Israelite firstborn because he was so scared. So, what? That shit, that's called karma. They call, he just against them. But just the narrative's been put out on his book. But I see a lot of, like you say, intermingling between different cultures. And like I say, man, this book ain't just, it's really, like you say, metaphor, allegories, and esoteric meaning behind these stories, to help people get through life. But one thing for certain, it just don't, okay, we killed the baby, so we hate all of Egypt. we killed these certain ones that Canaan. So now we hit all the Canaanites. When it's proof that they intermediate, they added some of them to be Israelites. So, I mean, I don't think you really, proved your point as far as proving that the Bible's anti-African. But great job, though. But I gotta get away into my champ.
I appreciate your opinion.
Hold on, are we saying that because the Bible got some token niggas and bed wenches in it, that it's not anti-African? Is that what we really saying?
Midwives, side hoes, some side hoes.
And to be honest, I'll debate you on that, bro. It won't be no problem.
No, I'm just saying, like, we know right now in our own experience that we got crackers that have slept with black women. Thomas Jefferson, one of the famous ones, slept with black women, had black children, and was a slave master himself. So just because you got a black woman, an African woman, a Cushite woman, and you bed wenching her, that shit don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing that you admixing with people. You got Arabs right now admixing with Africans that hate Africans, will tell them to their face that they hate Africans. So that don't mean nothing. You have to go off of the actual physical evidence. What has happened to Africa?
Are we going by the assumptions, or are we going by the biblical?
No.
Physical
evidence isn't an assumption.
Do Christ? I mean, what is he just dealing with? I mean, at the end, is it
so like y'all said that it was no racial connotation to the book,
it's salvation
but
for who?
Jesus called a woman a Canaanite dog. That's just like calling her a black bitch.
Get him, black bitch.
That's like calling her a black bitch. Like, come on,
what did the guy call the Israelites when he mad at them?
Look, I ain't even gonna get off. I ain't gonna argue that.
Wait a minute.
I'm just pointing out that there's certain things you can't overlook. And bandwidthing and Samboing is not going to be enough to make this not anti-African. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what about when the Most High, according to the book, states Abraham prayed for this was it Abimelech family? I think it was his name, and he was and Belalech, something like that. He prayed for them. And if he
we got Jews that walked with us during the civil rights movement, and they were still some racist ass crap. It don't mean nothing.
Let me ask you a question. How can a book be anti-African?
Analyze the Bible, brother. Please.
Okay, I'm with you.
Let me respond to your incorrect statement. Canaanites aren't Africans by no stretch of the imagination. None. Every ite you see in the Bible is from the Levant. Canaanites represent all the people of the Levant. So if Jesus was referring to a Canaanite dog, he was probably referring to someone that looked just like him. He was in the Levant where the Canaanites were. This is not happening in Africa. So how
Yeah, so according to the context of the book, the context of the book, when you're talking about Canaanites, you're talking about the son of Ham. You're not talking about we're not talking about science and genetics. We're talking about the Bible. We're talking about the biblical narrative, not the scientific narrative. The scientific narrative and the biblical narrative are two different things. So when you're talking about Canaanites, you're talking about Hamites who are Africans according to the biblical narrative.
If you're not gonna listen,
somebody let me know when it's my turn.
My debate, and I'm not in the mood to tolerate.
Who are the Canaanites according to the Bible? Who are they? Who are the Canaanites according to the Bible? Or they not Hamites? Or are they Hamites or not? Are they Hamites?
They were not African.
How do you identify a Hamite?
Mute his mic.
How do you identify a Hamite?
They weren't African.
I don't want to argue with ignorance. Book a fucking schedule and meet me in the ring. But don't sit up here and talk your bullshit. Get the fuck out. I don't have the patience for it. I'm done. If I'm gonna deal with these ignorant people, cut me off. I'm not letting me answer. I'm a bounce, bro.
He said,
either you meet me in the ring or shut up.
Listening.
Because I'm not dealing with you. You're ignorant. You don't want to listen. I don't have the patience right now. So first of all, Hamites are not African. None of them. when they talk about Hamites, they
I'm
don't
sorry.
refer to a
I'm sorry. Can
racial.
I talk?
Oh, fuck me. You know what?
I'm
Bye.
sorry.
All right, Uncle Sam, hold on, Uncle Sam,
He
Uncle Sam,
gave
hold on.
No,
he
Hey, you
gave
gotta mute out.
Cedric
Hold on,
the
Uncle Sam,
north.
Uncle Sam,
He
hold up.
gave Shim the
Hey,
middle.
Dorsey,
He
come
gave
on,
half.
Dorsey, you fucking
Actually,
me up,
Arabs
bro.
were the first
Dorsey,
one to
Dorsey,
misinterpret the Bible and place the
Dorsey.
Hamitic curse upon Africans. That wasn't the
Hey,
original way to
God
do it.
damn, man, you made Uncle Sam leave, Dorsey. God damn, man. All right, hold on. I want to hear from Aunt Juju. I want to hear from Aunt Juju before.
You know you ain't my nephew. You know we ain't
Man,
friendly.
you know you my goddamn auntie. You know what I'm saying?
You know
You
we
fight with
ain't
your auntie.
friendly.
We beef with our aunties too. You got the flow.
But yeah, anyway, you and that ageism. Anyway, the Arabs were the first to use the Hamitic curse to subjugate Africans. That the Bible doesn't deem that. And I think that's where people mess it up. And from there, a sect of Christians, the Bible shit ain't mine, but I know this piece of information, took that from the Arabs. So if the debate was how people use the Bible to subjugate Africans, that would have been a better premise for you, Wavy. I'm not here to judge, but it was a fire debate. I think both of you did a great job. I think Kyle's argument, comment in his critique was fair. But I just have to put that out there. You know, at the same time, y'all saying don't use race and science, but yet it's y'all sitting up here using race, and there's no racial constructs there. We understand that the land masses where the people walked to Africa and Asia. We understand that Egyptians and some of those people in East Africa, Northeast Africa have admixture. We understand that. So, I mean, that some of this is just false equivalencies. I
Aunt
think
Juju,
people.
Aunt Juju, do we have admixture? Don't we got European admixture?
Yes, but that doesn't make us European.
Right.
We're
So
still
that
African.
don't make Egyptians Middle
So
Eastern.
no, because usually Egyptians will have more of an Asian admixture than Africans. So they're overwhelmingly Asian, Egyptians. And that's just what it is.
Yeah, but they
That's what it
Africans,
is.
you know. So
So
hey.
admixture means that it will be
Somebody
like
just,
if
hold on,
you
you said they're
have a.
overwhelmingly
Let me
Asian.
finish. Let me finish. If you have a mix of two, the admixture probably would be the smallest percentage, or you would be considered biracial or whatever. But usually culture dictates how a person identifies. So even if a person has more of a certain admixture, say they have more of a sub-Saharan African admixture, but culturally they're defined another way, then that's what they would be. So I mean, that's another whole convoluted argument in itself.
I got a question for you, Aunt Juju.
Mm-hmm.
Is Alicia Keys black?
It depends on who you ask. And it also depends on how she identifies.
I'm asking you. What you mean it depends? I'm talking to you.
I mean, in America, she would be considered black to my standard, just like Kamala, because I feel like if a police officer pulled her over, he's not saying, and he doesn't realize who she is. I mean, she looks like a light-skinned black woman, but she's probably has more European she probably has more European, that could be a thing. So what I'm saying, it's 3-tier. So you have that
him too.
that racial, you have that racial, I hate to use that word, but you have the different ethnicities, I'll use that word. And then you have your cultural too. And then you have your cultural. No, it's 3. And then you have what the person actually identifies themselves with. Because you can't force somebody to identify how you perceive them, first and foremost.
I agree.
As Egyptians. Egyptians don't usually perceive themselves as African. That's a fact. I've been to Egypt.
What you mean? No, because are you talking
Yeah,
about right now?
because if you ask them if they're black or if they're Egyptian, I mean, if they're black or African, they're going to tell you that they're Arab.
Right. Oh yeah. Right now. I agree.
Period. I mean, you don't really. So if the cultural continuity of Egypt, though,
It kind of depends on which ones you're talking to, too.
Huh?
Can I ask
It kind of depends on
Kiki
which ones you're
Juju a
talking to.
question?
Why is Why y'all interrupt
Juju, he
me?
said
Can
he
I
want to
finish
ask
the
you a
point?
question. Oh
Can
yeah,
I
you say
finish the
go
point?
ahead and finish your point.
So, Egypt's had, I mean, they did training, but if I had to say, I would say by the culture and being there and seeing that, and yeah, you could say this is now and that was then, but you can see by the culture how they identify. Come on, like,
Can
are we
I add
really
something
gonna
to
be
this
blind?
conversation?
We really gonna be blind?
I
You
think I
feel me?
think
Are we really gonna
They
be
was
blind?
man,
So
they
a
was
lot of
man,
it
they
is
was man
people
they
having
was man
biases and
tropical
wanting to
animals.
project,
I still got
wanting
my
to
hand up, man.
project. They're wanting to be Egyptian on their culture, and that's not how it works. Go to Egypt and you'll see what I mean. That's not how
yeah.
it works. Those
I
people
think
are
Can
mixed
I ask
beyond
TT a
anything
question?
else.
well I
Yeah.
was trying to jump in for a
Golly.
second.
I want to ask
Jeez.
TT a question.
Mm.
All right, here go a question, sir.
That was Kyle, you got after him. You got after him, Kyle.
Okay, so I'm not assuming that you know this or that you are certain this. I'm just asking this question. Okay, when in the Bible, when they wrote those letters to those different churches, it was 7 churches altogether. Why didn't any of those letters go to any African churches? Why did they all go to Asia and the Southern Mediterranean and shit? Like why didn't any of them go into Africa? Like it didn't go into Kush, it didn't go into Libya, it didn't go into West Africa. Everything went east. Like what do you
Can I
think is
answer
the
that
motive
question?
behind it?
Can I answer that question? Because I
He
know the
Well,
told
answer.
him
I
to go
asked
to the
the sister.
Gentiles.
The reason why they
Well,
went
I
to
What
asked
did
the
you
sister.
call me though? My name is Juju or
Yeah,
Jolanda.
Juju. I asked the
Oh, what'd
sister.
you call me?
He said
I
the
caught
sister,
you.
the
The
sister,
sister.
Oh, okay.
like Black.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Kyle. I mean,
Yeah.
I want to hear Kyle, and I'll answer after him.
yeah
But yeah, my
my
answer is quick.
yeah the reason is because that's where those quote unquote removed tribes were. So when
Lost
you look,
children.
yeah, so like according to the storyline, you had different places, most of them in Turkey and Syria and Iran and stuff like that. Those are where the communities of those people went. They went into their own lands and
So,
they settled
so
there.
none of
So
them went
they
into Africa.
no, you don't have them going to Africa until you have like the Ethiopian population with Beta Israel. You don't see that there. Well, unless you're talking about the Libyan population, but the Libyan population I believe is mentioned in those 7 churches.
I don't know which one of the Libyan church, which letter went to the Libyans.
Oh well, not the letters, like not like the Quran. So I'm talking about where they name those places in the I don't even know what
Yeah,
book
yeah.
this
I'm
is.
talking specifically about the letters that were sent
Oh
to the
yeah,
churches.
yeah. I'm talking about when it says go into the lost sheep of the
No,
house
no,
of
no.
Israel.
I'm talking
Okay.
specifically about the letters that were given to the churches that were sent to the different churches. There was 7 of them all together. I think it was the Philippines, the Corinthians,
Gotcha,
the
gotcha. So
So
you know
when he coming back, who he coming back
do
to
have
get?
you do have letters going into Africa. So like it's not as if it didn't happen. So you
When he
have
come back,
where in the
who he
Bible
coming
does
back
it
to
say?
get?
Where in the
I'm about
Bible
to
does
tell
it
you
say any of those letters went
it
into Africa?
so you're I'm not sticking with the Bible. I'm talking about history too. I'm
Oh
talking
yeah,
about
yeah. We just speaking on biblical context,
Exactly.
and I think that's a problem that people keep on conflating science and they conflating actual history with the biblical narrative. And when y'all do that, it's a conflation going on. Because just
It's
like
not.
said just said, he got to talking about
You got to
admixtures and all
understand the
that.
history to actually understand the
well this
Bible.
Yeah,
this
he
People
this
got to talking
misinterpret
about
the Bible
this
all
he
ain't
the
got to
When
talk
he
time.
about
come back, who he coming to get?
admixtures and genetics. But when you get to
Because
talking
somebody
in
has the
biblical when you get to
this
talking in the biblical context, you can't even bring that up
well you
because according to the
then
Bible,
drop the whole
according
debate because the Bible is fake. Like, what
well
we doing here? That's a whole
mean,
bunch
I
of fairy
understand.
tales
I'm
anyway.
not
So what is you
preaching for
really
the
doing
validity.
here?
I'm not preaching. I'm not talking for the validity of the
Then you
Bible.
debate. You should have debated.
Since it sound like you got animosity against me. I'm not even against you. Like, what is
Nah,
wrong
here
with
you
you?
go. Like you don't know me. That's how I
No,
get
that's
down.
I just said that.
Here you
I
go.
don't even
Don't
know
be
who you are.
emotional.
Oh God, here
but
we
It's
I think
go.
the
okay.
issue is
It's
This is my
okay.
whole point, and I'm
You
gonna land
expected me
my.
to get up here and be docile and shut the
No,
fuck up like I didn't know anything.
I
Let
didn't
her talk,
expect
You
you
were
to
Cedric.
think
Let
that
her
I
wrong.
was
get it out.
attacking
Let
you
her get it
either.
out.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about you attacking me. I'll just attack you
Yeah, I
back.
mean, why you so hostile?
Yeah, you making
Let
this
her get it
personal,
out,
my
man.
guy.
You making it hostile.
Stick to what we doing. Stick to what we
Yeah,
doing.
that's what I was doing.
Yeah, okay, do that.
But look,
Yeah,
when
thank
you
you.
think wouldn't it be fair though, since you're trying, you want to remove the convoluting of two ideas, is to also remove the placement of the word African over Hamite, because once we remove that word African that we use it interchangeably for Hamites, now we get to look and see where those particular people who are called Hamites actually live, and it's,
Period.
you see what I'm saying, and so that gives you a limited variety or limited options of jumping into Africa and saying that this is an African hate book because the word Africa ain't even mentioned in there.
Again, to me, that's playing with semantics because when you say African and then you say, oh, the children of Ham is Canaan, Cush, Mizraim, and Put, and when I go look on the map, Put, Mizraim, and Cush, and it's all in Africa. It's all in Africa. And then you're trying to tell me that the Hamites, which is the Canaanites, the Puttites, the Mizraims, and the Cushites. You're trying to tell me they're not African, even though they're talking about geopolitical places in Africa, and
Hey,
then they put hold on, and then they put behind it, which signifies tribe. People.
I
We
get
all
you.
So
from the same
again,
Let me
continent.
if
Anybody
they're
can
not
talk about
talking
the
about
continent.
Africans,
hold on real
and then
quick.
so are y'all
Hold on
saying?
real
Hold on,
quick.
hold on before you try to cut me off. Are you saying that Northeast Africans are not Africans? People living in Northeast Africa are not Africans. That's what you're
no,
saying.
no, I'm not saying that. So you
So
build.
if you're
So
not
wait,
saying that
if
Northeast
you're gonna
Africans are
ask
not
me a
him,
question,
if you're
bro,
not
if
saying that
you're
they're
gonna ask
not
me
Africans, and
what you just,
Wavy
bro, come
is
on, bro.
making the stance
If you're
that
gonna
it's
look,
anti-African. If they are anti any people in Africa, they're automatically anti-African.
all right, cool. Then let me go now. So with that premise, what you just said, if they're
You
against
just went back
any,
on what you said,
if
FYI.
they're against any people in Africa, that means they're anti-African. By your same logic, we're gonna follow your logic. That means they're anti-Arab, they're
We're not talking about the
anti-European.
Arabs.
No, don't just listen to what I'm saying.
We're
Just
not
listen,
talking about the Arabs. We're
bro.
not talking about the Babylonians.
Can you
We're
give me
not
the
talking about the Assyrians. We're
bro?
not talking about them people. Those are
I
straw man arguments.
no,
Don't bring
I'm
that dumb
not.
shit up.
It's
I'm not.
not.
Stay
You just
on
made a false
topic.
What
We're
I'm,
talking
equivalency,
about
bro,
my
the
guy.
bro,
interaction with
you are so
Africans
rude,
And you
bro.
told
specifically.
us to stick to the
Bro,
Hamites,
context of the
you're rude,
Canaanites,
Bible,
Cushites,
but you're dealing with
Puttites,
modern day
Mizraim. That's what
geography.
we
bro.
talking
Whose room
about.
is it
Don't
gonna
bring up
be?
Babylon. Don't bring up Assyria. Don't bring up
Why not?
China. Don't bring up fucking Australians. We don't want to hear
You
about
Why
none
ready?
of them
not?
people
Why not?
except for the
Why
people
not?
mentioned
Hold on
in
Why
real
the
not?
quick.
book.
Hold on
All
real
right, so
quick. Hold on
Man,
real
why
let,
don't
quick.
you just go ahead
Hold
and
on,
do
hold on,
another
hold on.
can
One
debate,
you
second.
Super
Hey, one
Wavy,
second. One
and
second.
let your
can you
boys
mute
One
debate
him
there?
so
second.
I
Because
can
he want to
respond?
debate so
Hey,
bad.
one second. One second. I got two more people. I got two more people on the panel. Let me let them get out of there real quick, and then I'm gonna let y'all run that back. G
Now,
and
hold up. Can I just get my point out? Then I'm gonna leave
go
because
ahead. Go. Hey, hey,
it's just too
Uncle
rude to
Kyle.
leave.
You know you command
Don't run
semantics.
now.
I'm not playing. I'm using his own logic, bro. Like
He isn't
what
playing
you.
semantics.
This is called critical thinking. You have to use the same logic for A than you do for B to get a substantial result. And you're not doing that. What I'm saying is, if the Bible is an anti-African book, simply because it does not like some groups that live in Africa, it also must be an anti-European book because it does not like some groups that live in
That's not the
Europe.
argument. That's not the argument I'm
Oh
making. That's
man,
called moving the
that
goalposts.
shit
You ever
don't
heard of
matter.
moving
That
the
shit you talking
goalposts?
about don't matter, man. That shit
If
don't
I'm
matter.
making the argument that the Bible is this in Egypt and Africa, Egypt and Ethiopia, and we know both of those places in Africa, I don't know why y'all going to Asia and Europe and all these other places. Let's stay still.
The reason why
Hey, Uncle Dorsey, you gotta mute out. Uncle Dorsey, you gotta mute out.
Why did
the
they even
reason
go to Egypt?
the
To run
reason why
away
I
from
was going to those
persecution?
places, it was because
Run
I'm
away from
showing.
persecution? Yeah. That y'all ain't making no sense.
Say it one more time. Hey, let me let Kyle go. Then Juju, I'll let you go, and then we're gonna get to G and Bantu. Go ahead, Kyle.
Now, I'm just simply saying that when you do a debate, you got to have consistent logic behind the debate, right? So if you're debating something to be true, then that must be true solely for that thing, because otherwise it's true for all of those things. So if the Bible is anti-African as an entirety of the continent because it deals with a particular population that may be on the northeast corner of that continent, then it also must be true for Southern Europe, the Levant, and Asia, because it also mentions those other groups and has those same type of repercussions of war and murder and killing them and all those things. So that will make the Bible not just an anti-African book, it'll make it an anti-entirety of the surrounding area book, which is all of those continents. That's my whole point.
It sound like you agree with me. And once again, the Bible specifically talk about fucking off the Egyptians and the Ethiopians. If you could show me it talking about fucking off somebody else more, the Asians or the Europeans more, I'd gladly like to see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like the whole book of Revelation is about fucking off the Romans, bro. What do you mean? That's easy work.
That's one book. I show goddamn books. It's all throughout that Ethiopians is slaves and the Egyptians is frowned upon. Egyptians is bondage. Egypt means bondage. All right, let me go to G real quick. Then I'm gonna go to Bantu. Go ahead, G. You got the flow. I know you've been waiting for a minute. Bantu, I know you've been waiting for a minute. Unmute your mic,
Oh,
G.
I'm chilling. I said what I had to say though.
Peace to the panel. Peace,
Don't go
peace.
nowhere. Don't go nowhere, Sister Juju. I just gave you a wrench. Don't go nowhere. Go ahead, G.
Now, peace to the panel. You dig? The only question I got to the panel is, when exactly did the Arabs invade ancient Kemet? Because we know you got to give me a time and date when these people came into ancient Kemet, right? Because we know before the 18th dynasty, you can't show me or show nobody on the panel where it was Arabs, Christians, Muslims.
Alexander the Great.
That's what Alexander the Great come after the 18th dynasty.
That's the Ptolemy.
Africa been getting invaded by Eurasians for the past 7,000 years, bro.
I'm waiting on my turn.
Hold on, listen to me. I don't think you understand. Like these
Yeah,
people, when you say 7,000,
it
hold on.
stemmed all the way down from when those people came up out of the steppes. If I'm not mistaken, it's like Anatolia. They came out of the steppes and they came down through the corridors through India, and they filtered over into the Middle East. And those same people are the remnants of the same people that we are calling Arabs, that we're calling Bedouins, and all of those type of people. Those are the same people.
And bring it back to the caveman, the white man.
Nah. Let him mute up. He just killed himself. You just hold on, bro. Let me kill him right now. He killed both of them.
Hey, Uncle Dorsey. You gotta sit back and relax. I'm gonna come to you. Just keep your mic muted. I'm gonna come to you. Go ahead, G.
You see, when he said they came down into such and such, they came into. That's what I'm asking. Show. We know that the ancient chemists been running this shit for a long time before anybody invaded it, bro. So the people that's there now, yeah, that's the mixed people. That's a fact. The people that's there right now, that's a fact that's.
Oh my God.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. We know that the people that's right there right now in 2024 is mixed with Arabs and Africans. We know that. We can't even dispute that. However, we know that before the 18th dynasty, bro, it wasn't no Arabs in there. Like that, the word Arabs wasn't even heard of. That so we gotta come on, we gotta stop playing games. We gotta stop playing games, bro.
What I think the game is
Hold on.
when you get the same.
Also, this is what I'm saying. We know, this is what we know. The ancient Kemites ain't really and truly. Let's keep it real. They not really originally from that land that we call Egypt or ancient Kemet. Those people all migrated from South Africa, West Africa, North Africa. All of them migrated to that Pacific geographical location, and they made
what they did was they did something that the world have never seen before. All of them came together. Different Africans migrated to that land because when you look at that time, that was the only that was the only place you could go and really live. You could really live and
You
produce
you
food
you
and
do realize when you say
hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. You gotta understand.
Oh man.
Cause what you just talking. Cause my initial question was show me anything before the 18th dynasty, bro, that they had Arabs or Christians or any of this other crazy stuff that we talking about. So when you look at the migration pattern, we see that all of Africa, plenty of tribes migrated to this place that we call Egypt now, which the people didn't call it Egypt. They called it ancient Kemet. Then you had South Kemet, right? Was what? Nubia, Cushites.
Hey,
All these people,
hold up, G. Hey, hold up, Uncle Dorsey, keep your mic muted for me, cause Bantu going after this. Keep your mic muted for me.
So again,
G, go on your plane, and
I'm
then
about
we
to
gonna listen.
land it. I'm about to land it right now. So we know that the Arabs enslaved Africans for 1,000 years before the Portuguese came and got us and enslaved us, kidnapped us. So let's stop playing games, right? I don't know why nobody on the panel is saying that we ancient Kemites, we Kemites. No, we not saying that. At the same time, what's so hard to give the people props that came before us? Because nobody on this panel could show me where medicine was produced before the ancient Kemites. Nobody on this panel could show me where literature was produced before the ancient Kemites. So all we trying to do is just pay homage. They set the foundation for us, bro, and we built off that. And I don't understand why is that so hard for us to okay, cool. Nah, none of us on here Kemites. None of us on here trying to. Now we not Egyptians. No, we not. But at the same time, when you talk about African history, you can't talk about African history without the ancient Kemites. You can't. You just can't. Unless you could show me something that predates the ancient Kemites. And I'm gonna land my plane right there.
All right,
so.
Bantu. Hold up. Hey, Unc, you good? He wasn't even talking to you, Unc. You good? He wasn't even talking to you. Bantu, you got the flow.
Hey man, peace to the panel. Shout out to both debaters. Y'all did a very good job. It was a very good debate. And as far as where I stand, and I'm gonna keep standing on it. The Bible is anti-African, and I have my reasons for believing so. As far as my question would be, since we're dealing with the biblical narrative, right? The God of the Bible, he dealt with Abraham, and we all know Abraham is from the Middle East region, what we would call modern day Iraq or Mesopotamia. But if we dealing with facts here, we know Africans came way before those people in that region right there. The Africans are some of the oldest people in the world. Why didn't the God of the Bible deal with the Africans? If that's one question for me that I have. Why didn't the God of this Bible deal with the Africans? Why did he wait to choose to deal with Abraham or whoever else from that region if the Africans predate those people? That would be one question.
I can answer that question for you, brother.
Go ahead, brother.
The answer to that question is because every single nation had their own patron god. That's why. The God of the Bible is not for Africans, it's for Israelites. It's for Hebrews. It's for Jews. It's not for us. Your gods was Ra, Heru, Shango, Atala, Akulu Kulu.
Kulu.
Them was y'all. Those were y'all deities. Tuku. Those were the names of your deities. Y'all never needed no motherfucker to tell y'all who the hell your God was. Y'all never needed that. But when you start drinking and eating from your enemy's table, now we're in the position that we in because you strayed after the gods of other people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So in the end, that's the reason why none of the Bible is centered around Africans or uplift Africans like that. Is because it wasn't made for us. It's not for us.
And also too,
All
I
right,
wanted to add.
all
I
right,
wanted to add
all right.
something.
Oh, my bad,
Oh,
my
go ahead.
bad.
My bad.
After Bantu, Dorsey, I'm gonna let you go. After Bantu, Dorsey, I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead, Bantu.
Also, I wanted to add. If you keep in mind the letter from King Leopold to the Catholic missionaries, he specifically gives them directions and tells them to use their knowledge of the gospel to basically break us away from our traditions and our spirituality system. You read the second paragraph of that letter on your own time. I ain't finna pull it up, but it gives specific orders. He uses the gospel as a tool to break them away from and demonize everything about that culture.
Let's just look at it, right? The Bible is anti ancestral worship. It's anti it's anti the hell you call it, divination.
Anti divination. Yep.
It's anti scarification and tattoos.
Yep.
All of
I
those
brought that
things
up.
are African cultures. Those are African cultures.
Bring it
And,
out,
and,
damn.
and they telling you that all of those things are wrong and they're abominable and they're all of these things. So if they're telling you that about your ancestral culture, it's anti-African.
All right, hold up. All right, Dorsey. I'm about to let you speak. Dorsey, you got the floor, brother. You got the floor. Get it all out. You got the floor. Uncle Dorsey, you got the floor. You there, Uncle Dorsey? You there?
Yeah, he getting rid of he just got rid of his old profile. He clicking on the wrong one. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Uncle Dorsey. You got the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can
Uncle
hear you.
Dorsey needs some milk.
Okay. He said the Bible was anti-African.
Yes, sir.
It talks about all of Africa, though. I'm sorry, even Hamites are African, but they were idol worshippers, and they did what they called back then heathen or pagan things. I mean, anything I say beyond this is gonna cause an argument because from listening, just sitting here listening,
Man,
I was raised up. I'm sorry, I was
you've been on
raised
the
up in the
panel.
church,
You've been on the
so I
panel
was
for a
taught
minute.
certain things.
Hey, you've been on the panel for a
I
minute.
let you talk. I let you talk.
Check
I
me out.
let you talk.
Nah. This
I let you talk.
wavy.
I let you talk. I
This
let you
wavy.
talk. I let
This
you
wavy.
talk. I let you talk. I let you
This
talk.
wavy. This wavy. Listen to me. You've been on the panel for a minute. So don't hold back nothing, man. You've been cutting everybody off. Get it all out. Whatever
I
you
don't
gotta
want
say.
to. I mean, cause y'all. The thing about it is, if I talk, it ain't gonna do nothing but anger y'all, because y'all not gonna see the truth. Because it
We
don't seem
good.
like none of y'all done read a history book. Because y'all sitting here agreeing with somebody that say that Bible is not an African book. It's not about Africans, and it's
It
not
isn't.
making no sense to me.
It isn't.
That's
Those are
not making
Abrahamic
no sense to
faiths.
me.
Abrahamic faiths have
Eh,
nothing to do with Africa. Judaism,
Oh
Islam
my God! Oh my God!
have
Sister,
nothing to do with it.
sister, I promise you, if you get off a plane in Nigeria, if you get off a plane in West Africa, you won't find nobody over there that don't look like you hardly. Where you gonna go?
Bro, I'm a whole
Anywhere
Bella
else that look like
Geechee.
you?
I'm West African, my nigga. What the hell is you
Okay, then
talking
what is you
about,
talking
bruh?
about? Why is you trying to debate me about that book? That's an
I'm not
African
debating
book.
you, honey. I don't debate. I only teach.
Oh,
You are not my
okay.
equal.
Well, I'm sorry. Then tell me why
Exactly.
that book is not about us. Quickly.
Because I'm West
Just turn
African.
to the back.
And
Just
I
turn
ain't
to the back.
never read in no book where it's talking about no West African cultures ever.
Hey,
And to think
just
I'm
that
sorry,
other
ma'am. I'm
cultures
sorry,
outside of
ma'am.
Africa
I'm
don't do
sorry, ma'am. I'm
deviation,
sorry, ma'am.
didn't do any
Didn't they
type of
get us to?
scarification
Didn't
or
they get us to
tattoos or
raise
any
their
of that
children?
stuff is a
I'm
fallacious
sorry,
argument.
ma'am. Didn't they?
Y'all got
The
to do
way they
better. I
the
know you
Ten
sorry.
Commandments is in the Constitution, ma'am. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm not your equal. Of course not. You a female. You can never be a male's equal when it comes to the Bible.
Here you go with that
Whoa,
bullshit.
brother, come on now, come
Here
on. We
you
gotta
go
kill
with
that
that
notion.
bullshit.
We gotta kill that notion.
You show me
Get the
where
fuck up
you
out
show
of
me
see
where
that
you show me
and
where
that you
the
know
Most High
what? You
let
proved
a
my
woman
point.
rule over
Because
men.
most West
You show me in
African
that book where
cultures,
the Most
most
High let a
indigenous
woman
Back to
rule
the
cultures
over
is
corner.
men.
Back to the corner.
matrilineal.
Back to the
That's
corner.
You
how you
show me
know
where.
the Bible ain't for us or about us. You
Hey,
just
I was about.
proved
Oh,
Hey,
it.
can
okay.
I
Well,
It
piggyback?
has
Can I
no
guess
piggyback
cultural
what?
off what he said,
context
Wavy?
I'm
to
giving you. I'm
Africans
giving
as
you
a
chance to
whole.
show me.
None.
I'm giving you chance
You
to show
dying
me
on
where
your sword right now.
it
Somebody
has
get this
no
guy
play
some
in this
milk. He needs
today's
some water.
society.
He needs
Show
some
me where it
coffee.
doesn't have
Get
any
him
play in
something.
today's society. Then
Hey,
talk.
Go ahead, Wavy.
let me
Go
piggyback
ahead,
off
man.
what he just said.
Go ahead, man.
Now he said something. He said something real interesting about her not being equal to a man. And when you, that's another thing you
Period.
look at. You know, when I look at the Bible, I look at the culture and what culture is demonizing. You know, the brother brought up a lot of the divination. A lot of this stuff, these spiritual stuff, is a lot of these things we inherit. We naturally inherit these things. These are gifts. And why would the Bible demonize some of these gifts that we got? Some of us got gifts to, connect on a spiritual aspect and stuff like that. And the Bible does demonize,
But it's a
you
place
know.
for them gifts.
Hold on, hold
Where
on,
if
hold on,
you
bro. I
born a
didn't cut you
male,
off. I didn't cut you
you
off. I didn't
produce
cut you
the
off, brother.
seed. She
I didn't
bear
I
the
didn't cut you
seed.
off, bro. I didn't cut you off, bro.
She's the earth.
Now look, now it
She bear the
also when
seed.
you look at the African spirituality system, you also realize our ancestors dealt with balance. They understood both feminine and masculine
That's a fact.
deities.
That's a
I'm
You
fact.
get
sorry.
what I'm saying?
I'm
That's a
sorry,
So
fact.
sir. You right.
just based off
You
the
Fact.
right.
fact how he said the
But the
woman's not
male
equal,
was
no, that's not
in
what our
most of them
ancestors taught.
societies was
Nah,
Our
she
equal.
ancestors taught
definitely
that they was
equal.
both equal.
Yeah, she
You get what
definitely
I'm saying?
equal.
You look at even when you look at the
My
unk,
God.
it's the penis,
I'm
and
sorry.
it's
The
the
unk is
penis.
not the penis
Okay, the
in
phallus.
Okay, well,
I'm
hey,
sorry.
well, look, that's a whole
They
nother
made
the
argument,
statues
unk.
but
to
it
the
Now let me
represents
tell
phallus.
you
life,
what it
though.
is,
They made
Dorsey.
statues
Chill.
to the
The
phallus.
unk is a sandal strap, literally. If you
Okay.
study the meta nature,
I'm
you'll
sorry,
know that
ma'am.
it's a
Ma'am,
sandal
Oh,
ma'am.
okay. Well,
strap.
my
You can
apologies. I
have
didn't
my
know all
wife.
of
No,
that.
no,
You
no.
know what I'm
I'm
saying?
You can
just
have my
I'm just
wife. You
offering
see,
you some
What is the
information.
unk?
I'm
see
just,
the
I just,
I'm
I was
asking
you
just,
about
What the
you
unk
see
doctrine.
all this
represent?
I
stuff
was just use
happening.
You
my
feel me?
apologies, Queen.
Only
I was
the
just
Yeah,
So
using
you
book
that.
that they
saying,
offering
talk
some
about all
information.
this stuff happening is in the
hold on,
Bible.
hold on.
Hey,
I
hold
It's
gotta
on.
in
get
your
Okay.
book
Hey,
where
I
you
wasn't
clarification.
tell
even
me
done learning
all
my
this
play
stuff that's
yet.
happening
I
that's
just
been
want to get
happening is in
clarification.
your
Is
book.
the
And
sister
I'll try to
saying
start reading that.
when the Netaru's will hold the
I'll try
Ankh
to
up to
start
the
there.
mouth
I'll try to
of a
start reading.
pharaoh, that they were just holding a strap to a sandal to the mouths of the pharaohs? Is that what
Nah,
she's saying?
that's what she's saying.
So in
Oh.
the glyph, so glyphs are pictographs.
Damn, I done
Okay,
opened the rabbit hole.
it's a sandal. It's a sandal
Yeah, no,
strap.
it's okay. I mean,
So
like that's off topic.
pictograph,
So
the pictograph doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the meaning.
Okay. Hey,
That's a
my apologies.
possibility.
I was just using that as an example to show
No, no,
that,
no. I was talking to what's your name above me, Laurel.
Lord.
That's who I
Okay.
was talking to.
Yeah, I know, but I
I was
brought up the
responding,
whole unky stuff because
Laurel.
I was trying to use it as an example to show that we deal with both feminine and masculine qualities and stuff when it comes to divinity. But we don't see none of that in the Abrahamic faith. You get
So
what
yeah,
I'm
they
like
saying? So
actually have a
in the
glyph.
Bible,
They actually
women are
have a
not
glyph
even
for
allowed
the
to be.
penis, and they have a glyph for the vagina or uterus in
In
the
so I'm
the
gonna look. Hey,
Bible, in the
the
I
meta
appreciate that.
nature.
I'm gonna look into that, Queen. I appreciate appreciate that.
Right.
And in the Bible, they don't even acknowledge any high priestesses. Whereas in Africa, we venerate the woman. She's in the position of goddess and priestess and things of that nature. She holds the same
Some
titles.
parts of Africa.
She, well,
You got to be
most
specific.
parts
Most
until the
parts.
patriarchy took over.
Some.
That's how it was.
Some.
Most places. So my thing is this: the Bible does not teach equality when it comes to divine power. They're not talking about the goddess in the Bible. Which, when you deal with African culture, you're going to be dealing with the masculine, divine masculine, and the divine feminine, both
Facts.
equally. You got to deal with both,
That's
which
blackology.
means that puts you in a balance. So when the patriarchy took over and it was just all about the man, that's what caused the imbalance. That's what caused the destruction of the goddess cults. The goddess cults came before the worship of the patriarchy. You
There's no
understand what I'm
goddess
saying?
cults in Africa. We only have like the
There aren't any
Sandy,
more goddess
the
cults now.
Sandy societies or Poro, which are secret societies.
That's
Some of that
that's
stuff you're
that's
speaking to actually comes from like Madame Blavatsky. That's
that's
some
nah nah
Indian stuff. That don't got nothing to do with
nah sis.
Africa.
I did
Y'all
a debate
mixing
on
stuff up, bro. I can't.
I did a debate on this. They could find goddess figurines that date back almost 40,000 years, scattered all throughout Europe,
That's what
all
we
throughout.
call it. It's the Great Mother.
That's what
That's
I
what it's
said. The
called.
mother
That's what
goddess.
it.
Sis, I'm
It's
not
the
going against what
mother.
you're saying.
It's because
I
that's what
said it
we
was the
call
mother
it, my
goddess cults.
guy. They weren't
That's what
calling it that
it's
at
Ain't no
the
sense
40,000
mother
years
arguing,
goddess
man.
cults.
ago.
That's what they're called.
Ain't no sense
The
arguing.
the mother goddess cults were all. It was one cult in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
beginning. It was one cult that turned into
Say
many,
yes,
and then
ma'am, and move
after
on,
the
man. Yeah, you
patriarchy
tell
took
her something.
over, the mother goddess status had got reduced to a daughter or a sister or some
Source
subordinate.
that up for me, Laurel. Source that up for me.
Oh, okay. Well, you got to
We
leave me
about to have
leave me your
a private
information in the
chat.
back chat so I can share it with
Yeah,
you.
Hey,
yeah,
my bad,
private.
man. I
We
done
about to
opened
have
up
a
a rabbit
private.
hole.
Yeah,
Let's
put
have
that
a
source in
private.
the back chat.
All right, we
Yep,
about to have
do
a
that.
private chat.
This ain't no back
All
chat.
right, all right, Uncle Dorsey. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let
There's
you
a
green
private
light.
chat, my guy.
Uncle
It's
Dorsey.
chat, comments, and recording. There's one.
Yeah. Yeah, just hit
Uncle
me
Dorsey.
up and leave me your information.
You got the
I
flow,
know.
Uncle Dorsey.
We good.
Okay.
I'll find you in these
My
YouTube
It
heart to
was so
find.
ordered
streets.
from the beginning. He created Adam and Eve. He took Eve out of Adam. She was his
Deacon
rib. That's
Dorsey.
why to this
Man.
day, when they take out your rib, the 13th rib grow back.
Deacon
Ma'am,
Dorsey.
if they took out your last rib on either side, it'll grow back.
Super Wavy, this is hilarious.
Man, what's going? This
Sit
It's
dude
down
is
Praise
somewhere.
God,
wild.
I ain't
Deacon
never
These
heard
grown
that
men
Dorsey.
before.
talking.
It's a
What you think?
passage in the Bible that
These
says
grown
that
men
Yeah,
talking.
yeah,
Sit
wild.
down somewhere.
there's a
Nah,
passage
chill
in
out,
the
You're
Dorsey.
not
Bible
Chill out, Dorsey.
uh,
that
Oh my God.
there's a
ordained to
passage in
teach.
the
You're
Bible that talks
ordained
about
to listen and to
when they
learn.
used to worship the mother goddess, and then when they talk about the mother
You gotta
goddess,
source that up. That's all.
I'm trying. If you all you gotta do is listen.
That's the problem we
There's a
having
passage
now. We got so
there's a
busy
passage in
women
the book.
raising
Listen to what
men.
I'm saying.
That's why these men
Listen.
ain't going out
All you gotta do is listen.
Dorsey,
All
do
you
you
gotta do
have
is
a
listen.
house?
There's a
Do you
passage in
have
the book where it talks
do you
about when
have
they
any
used to
assets
worship the
in
goddess.
an
And
interest
it
occurring bank
states when they
account?
worship the goddess
Do
that
you
they
have the
didn't know
ability
pestilence, they didn't
to
know
travel
fear, they
me
didn't know
around the
war,
So
world and
nobody
not
gonna
have
go
to
on
they
our
worry
TV
about
and
a
say
didn't
dollar?
women, the
know
reason why
family.
And
we
you
got
gonna
all these
sit
I
here and
got,
problems,
say that
because
I'm not
I got
women
at
can't
least,
educating
raise
I
you?
got at
men.
least three.
Bruh,
Hey, look, I got at
you
least
can't
three
even
drunk people.
Women can't
I got it.
raise men.
Hold up, Dorsey. I got at least three drunk people on my panel tonight. I know I
that's
ain't
a
too hot.
lot to deal with.
I got at least
Wavy,
three
let me
drunk
tap in right
people.
quick.
No
At
more
least,
Block the shit
alcoholics
out
on
of
the
me.
panel.
KD.
Women can't raise men. Sit
Hold
down
up,
somewhere.
Dorsey.
Oh man. Hey man, boo him off, bro.
We ain't on that.
Boo him the fuck off.
Yeah, we
Like we're
ain't
not
on
gonna
that.
start gender wars amongst us, bro.
Yeah,
Like
we
what the
ain't on
fuck?
that. We ain't on that. All right, hold up real quick. All right, I got. Hey, I'm gonna let Silky go. Then I'm gonna let Our Sonic. Then I'm gonna let Our Sonic go. Our Sonic, appreciate you for tapping in. Silky D, I'm gonna let you go first.
Hi, Sonic. That's my brother.
You can have that
Hey,
witchcraft.
Silk, you there?
I'll put some voodoo on you, some obey. You know they call me good juju, bad juju,
You tell me,
Dorsey.
female, if we
Ooh,
all we
I'm
went
the
all the way
boogie
Oh,
back to
woman.
how
oh,
it's
Ooh.
hold up, hold up, man. All right, Silky, you there? All right, Our Sonic, you got the flow. Sonic, you there? You got the flow.
You might be mute, Sonic. We can't hear you.
Nah, his mic ain't muted.
Hey, before you come in, let me tap in. I'm gonna piggyback off the brother right quick, Wavy. we know that in ancient history that the people absolutely had a
Hear me, right?
balance. Absolutely had a balance. We know the Christians, before the Christians, the Christians is offsprings of Catholics. And we know the Catholics, they absolutely praise Mary. Where they got the Mary from? We know the Africans gave homage to a set. So it was always a balance. It was always a balance. There wasn't no man over no woman or no woman over no man. Nah, it wasn't that until we started tapping into this Western philosophy, this Western civilization, right? So again, we knew the Muslims initially gave praise to Allah, which was a woman. We knew the Christians and the Catholics gave praise to Mary before Jesus. So it was all, and they all that got that from who? Cause we know the Christians and the Catholics, that's really Greeks. And the Greeks told us that they learned from the Egyptians.
All right, hold up, G.
All
All right, Sonic, you there? You got the flow.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Yes.
All right. I just want to say people need to give a respectful. I think when people come from a Bible paradigm, they shouldn't come in here disrespecting ladies. The Bible is primarily focused on tribes from the Levant. It's not African. It never originated in Africa. It might mention people that are close to the, let's say, West Asia in Northeast Africa. However, it focuses on its own tribes when it has its own beefs. And another thing is Africa is very diverse. It's a continent with distinct cultures, genetics, and history. It's huge. Like West, South, East Africans existed during the ancient Egyptian time. They had their own cultures, their own history. They were doing their own thing. You can separate it by language, intermixings, everything that you scientifically want to look at, that Cedric said, you can check this out. So we shouldn't intermix everyone and be disrespectful. The way I look at it is when you want to remove another group in order to claim their region, you're disrespecting your ancestors that are from another region that were doing their own thing. Their accomplishments, their struggles, what they went through. You got to put it in the context where you understand that, hey, each has a unique history, and we can't come in here trying to erase other people because of something as simple as the pyramids or whatever the hell you think they had that's superior, which is not. North Africa, for example, is close to Spain, the Levant. East Africa is close to West Asia. So of course they're going to have intermixing and genetics that's about 35% to about 80%, because that's their neighbors. That's who they're close to. Just because Africa is a continent doesn't mean that other places are not closer to certain regions that they intermix with for a very long time. It's not 7,000, like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. For example, Egypt is the place that humanity left out in order to populate the world. So therefore, Egypt and, like, let's say Palestine region, Levant, are very close. They share a border. So obviously they're going to be intermixing since the dawn of time. Like, so that's all I was supposed to say. Great debate.
Hey, Sonic. Hey, I don't know if you remember me. I'm Super Wavy Sonny. I be in all the pseudo killer back chats. I be calling you an Arab. We be going back and forth. I don't know if you remember me, but I appreciate your opinion. You feel me? 100%. I appreciate that, man.
I got you, bro.
Facts.
I am not an Arab, though. I have no Arab admixture at all. Just to let you know.
That part. Let them know I saw it.
Like, I'm pure East African. My ancestors lived in East Africa. Let's say Northeast Africa from the last 23,000 years.
Hey, Sonic. Do you listen to rap music?
I do listen to rap music.
Who your favorite rapper?
It depends on the time.
Right. Period. Over time, who is the best rapper ever?
The best rapper ever? No, that's a subjective thing. I don't have a best rapper ever. I'll say from the 90s, I like Pac. And modern day, I like Kendrick.
Do you consider yourself black?
Do I consider myself black? It depends on the context.
You fuck black hoes?
That's very disrespectful for me to discuss.
What?
I'm not gonna answer that question. That's
that.
disrespectful.
Yo, is your preference? Is
That's a
your
good
preference?
You mean
question.
black? You
He
meant
answered that
black
right.
women?
Is your
Wavy,
preference?
wavy.
Hold up. Is your preference of dating is black women mainly, or is it not?
Let me be
Define
blunt.
black.
Hold on, let me be blunt. How I have an orgasm should not be asked by another man.
Hey,
That part.
this the whole reason. Hey, I'm not saying you running from something, but my whole reason for asking is if you listen to rap music and you culturally identify yourself with African Americans, then your ass is black. That's what I was getting to.
I don't.
If you like white girls, or if you a Muslim and you like the Arabs, then I understand why you would run from that
Wavy,
question.
you being disrespectful. It's not a straight
Wow.
line. You're drawing a straight
Wow. How
line.
you gonna say
And
if
white
you gonna ask me
people
about my
listen to
sexual
rap
preference,
more, and they
if you
do not
ask me
culturally
about
identify with us.
And they buy
So you gotta
they buy
explain
it
that.
more.
Hold up. Let him explain himself. Or let him give me his rebuttal. Go ahead, brother.
Check this out. With all due respect,
Get back on topic.
I think you're confused about people and people groupings. So you're coming in from let's say a pseudo stance. When you say Arabs, who is an Arab? Arabic is a language. That language, parents, ancestors come from Africa. It's a part of the Afro-Asiatic language. Unless you're studying this material, you're visiting the land, you're just sitting in your corner in America and disrespecting other people.
Yeah.
How do you respond to somebody who isn't willing to get the education, who's coming from a subjective point of view? Right now, I came in with all due respect, but you are being very disrespectful without understanding the region. Why? Because you want to intermix all of Africa and make it a country, a small town.
Brother Iosonic, I don't know if you running from my question, but I asked you, do you fuck black hoes?
Why do you want to know how another man has an orgasm?
Because we got a problem.
Like
we got
when
a
y'all
problem.
said, when y'all call
Where is this black hoe? Wavy, you wildin' with that.
to a black bitch. Like what the fuck is y'all doing over here?
Yeah, he would come on.
Juju, he don't need a bodyguard. He don't need a bodyguard.
Nah, he came up here
Nah,
and
but
defended
hey,
me.
check
So
this
I'm
out.
gonna
The brother
I'm gonna
said the
defend
Arabic
you.
language
You out
is
of line.
African. Is that what he said?
The parent of Arabic language comes from Africa.
Juju, sit back and relax. Let me ask my question. All right, brother.
Nah, you out of line. We not black hoes, my nigga.
Yo,
I'm a black woman and a discerning one.
Talking,
So what the fuck is you talking about?
Juju,
That's
you
the
drunk?
problem.
No,
You
no,
niggas
bro.
is sad, bro.
This ain't no disrespect to no black
This
women.
is disrespectful. Don't get up on social media
we having
subjugating black women like that, my nigga. The fuck is you?
Juju, get your drunk ass
So
on.
no other group of
Mute
people
out.
do that shit.
Mute out your goddamn mic. We don't want to hear that crybaby ass shit. Hey, Iosonic, we having a real conversation, bro. This ain't about no, well, get your Arab ass out of here then. Because you don't fuck black hoes. You like white girls and Arabs, so you not black. You gonna come in here. It is disrespectful to call them modern. Nigga, them Arabs over there right now. The hell is you talking about? You the one brought up a goddamn orgasm. You the one brought up wherever I lay my flat is where I lay my back. Nigga, nobody asked you none of that. Yo, Arab ass be in the damn pseudo killers chat on that pseudo shit. Disrespecting Africans. Silky D, are you there? Yeah, I already knew where he was going. And this ain't, and look, these over scientific motherfuckers like to play semantics. They like to play, oh, you talk about black hole. No, nigga, you know what we talking about. We having a regular conversation. You say you listen to Kendrick, right? You say you listen to Tupac, right? All right, then. Don't get all uppity on me now, nigga. Don't get all uppity on me now, nigga. All that goofy ass shit, nigga. I be seeing your ass in the back chat, nigga. You be going against Smash Rockwell and calling that shit pseudo, nigga. We on your head top. Get your Arab ass out of here. I like Kendrick. I listen to Kendrick. I love me a little Kendrick. I will listen to the little Kendrick. So I asked him, hey, Bantu and G, when I asked the question, do you fuck black hoes? And this is a timeline. I'm like, you like rap music? Yeah, I like rap music. In the 90s, I like Tupac. So you letting us know, you know what I'm saying? You fuck with it. You letting us know you didn't fuck with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Quit playing with it, bro. You should have best just said, man, I like my type of girls. I like my Arab type. I dig my Arab type. And then we would have been cool with that. Then you ain't black, and that's cool. And everybody ain't got to be black. You know what I'm saying? You can stay in y'all type could have been in North Africa for what Goli and Gozi be saying 20,000 years. But that don't I'm not trying to hear that. Nipsey Hussle is black. Alicia Keys black. Dwayne The Rock black. We ain't trying to hear none of it. All right. I really want to play this bullet again. Can I play this bullet again? G Bantu, can I play this last bullet? Can I play that video I played in the third round?
All right, do what you do, bro.
Run it.
Y'all heard that video I played in the third round?
Nah, I had missed it. I just tapped in. I missed it.
All right, look. This the highlight tape. This the highlight tape. Take me out.
By any metric you want, by any metric. First of all, we know for a fact that the greatest genetic diversity exists on the continent of Africa. So pretty much any genetic diversity that you see outside of Africa pretty much came from Africa. So to say that something came into Africa is suspect.
You said it was just pseudo. You was good for that last part.
To say that a civilization in Africa is only established by entities, by humans that came from outside of Africa is completely pseudo, based on this premise. The fact that
you know what else we are? We are West Atlantic Creoles. That's what I can say.
There you go. Yes.
All the way from Canada.
Because no, I'm saying for the conversation, Cedric is assuming that happy is a symbol of fertility, period, point blank. But the whole article that Wiki is explaining, right, where we're reading from, it's fertility as it regards to the flooding of the Nile. It actually said that the flooding coming is called the arrival of happy. Good gracious. It's not talking about fertilizing an egg, fertilizing an egg, and stuff like that.
What arrived there? The flooding or fertility? Fertility is a result of what doesn't arrive.
Both. Fertility is English. No, listen. Both arrive because fertility of the land does not happen unless the flood, so it comes together.
So what happens?
Wait. This is not rocket science.
Right? What happy represents? The flooding or fertility? What is a symbol of the flooding or a symbol of fertility?
It says he's a symbolized fertility, but what I'm saying is the fertility is not just this end all be all fertility. In concept,
that's what you saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I never said.
But that's what you saying. That's what you just said. But this is what you saying. No, it doesn't say that.
It's actually not, man.
Arabs.
Today.
Why you keep talking about today?
Arabs.
Arab looking. You said did he say that was Nubian? Did he say that was Nubian? He said whenever you find a giraffe, you find black people. They only live where black people live.
They only live with black people. Black people, they got giraffes, will not hang out with
You see how they can say black so confident?
Why is it so important to us? And why are we fighting it head on? I'm asking you the same question. Why are we going out of our way to make Egypt something other than African and black?
Yeah, but you got some Americans that look like they straight out of East Africa.
There you go. So now they want to tell me that an Egyptian was going to represent the East Africa. Answer me a question. How did the Arabs end up?
He just by himself.
Take a snap.
Our population was moved out. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not. Wait. When I make my reference, the exact reference that I'm making, if you look at South Africa today, take a snapshot at the political structure and the social structure, and you look at the ruling class and you look at this thing, and you look at it and you say that's how it's always been, and you look at Egypt today, you say that's how it's always been. Is that a way to evaluate Egypt? The history is closer. The history is closer. We can a little bit more details, but we understand this.
Can y'all believe y'all ears right now? From what we just heard, that 2 minutes. Can y'all believe y'all ears? This ain't AI. You know what I'm saying? It's from 3 years ago, 2 years ago, but it ain't AI. Can y'all believe y'all ears? Y'all hear what's going on? Let's keep it going.
Same exact principles taking place.
Okay, let's go.
The invading class, that is the ruling class.
So explain.
That becomes the base of the nation.
So you have
now
to explain.
We're dealing with the Arab Republic of Egypt. Doesn't that say something?
No.
We dealing with the Arab Republic of Egypt. That's Uncle Sid voice. Don't that saying something?
Yeah. So you had, but then too, like during the Greco-Roman period, too, you had a lot of people that were in Egypt that migrated to Aswan too.
During the Greco-Roman period, you had a lot of Egyptians that migrated to Aswan too.
Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, all of Africa is considered part of the Arab world.
Thank you very much. Brought into Africa, unquote, well, black. The conversation of the the nuance with this conversation is, first of all, we're disputing whether Egyptians, quote unquote, were black. Now, that in itself is a relative term and a speculative term. Why? The whole idea that the civilization of Egypt was brought into Africa is the whole basis of questioning the the physical character, the phenotype of these people. Now, when I'm dissecting the discussion, it doesn't make sense to look at these people outside of the context of being Eastern Africa.
Y'all heard that? That was my third round. Y'all heard that? G, you heard that? Bantu, you heard it?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I heard him.
He said, yeah, what he said? He said it. Let me play it back so y'all can hear it again.
The physical character, the phenotype of these people. Now, when I'm dissecting the discussion, it doesn't make sense to look at these people outside of the context of being Eastern Africa.
When we talking about the ancient Egyptians, he said it would be out of context to not refer them to the what? To the what? The land of the blacks?
Eastern Africans?
The land of the blacks? Keep going.
Oh, well, you know, they not black like us, African Americans. Like, we got copyrights on what blackness is. They had derogatory terms for black people that just meant slave.
They had a derogatory term for the people that they enslaved that happened to be black.
No, yo, you tripping.
Right. If you took an ancient Egyptian and put him or her into Alabama in 1954, they would have had to sit at the back of the bus. So if you're asking, were Egyptians black? My answer is yes.
That's Egyptologist Carrie Cooney. Egyptologist Kara Cooney saying what? What she just said? Let me run it back real quick, just one time.
In 1954, they would have had to sit at the back of the bus. So if you're asking, were the ancient Egyptians black? My answer is yes.
They would have had to sit at the back of the bus.
Right here, and this is his stance on indigenous Africans.
Really? When back in the day when they were saying black, they was talking about Africans. Then all of a sudden, right, when they realized that Egypt was in Africa, then half of Africa was just black people. I remember that. They called it the Dark Continent, right? And in the midst of their racism, niggas came from the Dark Continent, nowhere else. Then when they got there and seen them great monuments and all that shit, rising and resting in them, then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It was they ain't black no more. They half black. Oh, half of it, they put a line there and say, right there with Egypt's eye, oh, that's it. Everybody else is black, they're not black. Black was really saying that they're not African, right? So black was really synonymous, bro.
And I was saying that skin map, is not to be taken verbatim. It got ranges. You got, you know.
Their skin map is not to be taken verbatim. It got ranges.
How are you going to say these people do not have a phenotype that resembles the rest of Africa? Why are we doing that? We're looking at the politics of today, because when we take a political snapshot and say it's Morocco, we look at the mostly Arabians and say, oh, they also next to Moroccans that look just like me. And I was like,
Uncle said, I sat next to Moroccans that look just like me.
Black Moroccan. No, they were always there. They didn't import. He was always a Moroccan. Black just like me. So now when you say North African, what do you mean by that? Because there are different ethnicities.
Prove that.
I personal experience.
This middle Nile right here would have been what it was. So I'm trying to think, when they talk about middle Nile culture, they talking about those area cultures.
Blue black. We got these blue black people.
Nah, they don't have to be blue black.
That's what they're describing. No, but like.
All right. Y'all can unmute y'all mics. But yeah, that's what I played. That's what I played the whole third round. Just a body bag mixtape. I played that the whole third round. And for Uncle Kyle, when you said I was tripping using DNA, the DNA that we got some the Schuneman report. I put that in I think it was the third round also. The Schuneman report shows Thuya, Yuya, Ramses, Amenhotep. It shows all of them, brother, in my third round. And I seen a question. It was like, ask them why a question in the chat. Ask them why Moses sisters was treating his Ethiopian wife like that. I put that in my debate too. It's all in my debate. But Bantu G, y'all can say whatever y'all got to say. We're gonna be on here about 30 more minutes. And anybody can hit the link.
Nah, I was just, I made my statement earlier about, as far as traditions, when you look at the traditions that that Africans practice and, the things that the Bible say about our traditions, it kind of condemns them, when it comes to divination, regardless, because, the brother brought up, oh, that's against this, the God is against all of that, regardless of it, it's somebody's culture, whether we look at it taboo or not, because of the things we've been taught here, that's still somebody's culture. And 9 times out of 10, that culture predates anything from that Bible. You get what I'm saying? So, that's what I mean. How can you? I mean, I don't know. To me, if I'm practicing something for years and then you just come along and say, "Oh, what I've been doing, my traditions is evil," that's evil within itself to me. You get what I'm saying? So, I look at it from a traditional aspect. Our ancestors dealt with both masculine and feminine deities and things like that. So, the Bible don't deal with that. You know what I'm saying? The man is above the woman. You know what I mean? And above the man is Christ type shit. So it's just different. You feel me? So,
Hey, and Uncle said he didn't run off or nothing like that.
Oh no,
Somebody
I was fucking around. I know.
No,
I watched
I ain't talking to you. I ain't
it.
talking to you. Somebody kept interrupting Uncle Said. He was like, I ain't putting up with this shit. And he dipped. You know what I'm saying? So Uncle Said he ain't do no fleeing or nothing like that. I feel like this is a total. Hey G, you want to say something? You want to piggyback off of Bantu?
Nah, man. Shout out to Uncle Said. I ain't here to debate. I ain't, but I hear people. I listen when people talk, right? And when people talk, right, and they try to debate and try to sell you on this notion that people from ancient Kemet wasn't African. You can hear when they talk, cause they talk about 7,000 years, 10,000 years, right? We know that's Bible talk, cause we know ancient Kemet is 50,000 years ago, 60,000 years ago. So when you start talking about 5,000, 7,000, we know you out the Bible talk. We understand that you trying to you fighting for this narrative about the Bible, and I get it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, shout out to Uncle Said, shout out to you, Wavvy. And I just wish people understand that we not here trying to say that or proclaim that we the ancient Kemites. We ain't trying. I mean, we not trying to do that. What we doing is paying homage to our ancestors that basically paved the way for the world that we understand right now, bro. Right? We took what they built, we took it and we made it better. You understand what I'm saying? Saying you can't people that you want to call it black or African or whatever the name you want to call it. You can't talk about African history without the ancient Kemites, bro. You just can't. You can't, right? You can't. And before Israelites, dumb brew, stupid ice, aka Hebrews, Muslims, any of them names, right, was we see that the people on the northeastern Africans, bro, they gave the world something special, man. And we not taking nothing from South Africa, West Africa. We not taking nothing from nobody. But we know that all them people came together, bro, and built something special that the world never seen before at that Pacific time, right? So, we not tripping and we not hating. on anybody. But at the end of the day, bro, before I call, and I ain't saying I'm an Egyptian or Kimite, but before I call myself a Muslim or Christian or Catholic, I call myself, I'm an African, bro. I'm an African. I'm me personally, I'm many things. But my daddy is an African, right? So I proclaim and I identify as African, dog.
We appreciate African culture.
Facts.
Stop trying to be like Leonardo Africanus and split up Africa.
Right, exactly. You can like this what we gotta stop doing. But the people, what I know this wave is this: the people that try to split up Africa is the niggas that's trying to push this religion shit. Cause you can't. Cause you one thing about it, if you don't give homage to ancient Kemites and Cushites, because once you give homage to them, you gotta throw the religion out the way. Once you give homage to the ancient Kemites, you gotta throw religion out the way. So that's why they bang on Kemet so much. Cause they know emphatically, and no African culture. I ain't even gonna talk about. You know what? Let's scratch the Kemites. Ain't no ancient part of Africa, period, ever dealt with any religion. I don't care. You talk about the Nigerians, the Congo, West Africans, South Africans. Ancient Africa, period, never dealt with religion, bro. I don't care what culture or what tribe you go to, they never dealt with no monolithic God, no man over the woman. They never done that. Nowhere. Until the Bible popped up. The Catholics popped up. The Muslims popped up. Right? So, man, peace to you, brother. I tapped in too late. I ain't here to debate, But peace to you, man. We gonna chop it up.
Overstood. Hey, I want you to go back. I want you to go back and watch it. Everybody, I want y'all to go back and watch it. Great debate. You know what I'm saying? It was a teaching moment for both. I feel like everybody learned something. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like, share, and subscribe. Shout out everybody that tuned in. Shout out everybody that motherfucking tuned in. Me and Uncle Said shut it down. Shout out to my opponent, Uncle Said. You know what I'm saying? Forever my Uncle Said. You know what I'm saying? We this powerful bills only. We don't do no beefing around here. Everybody take it easy, and we out of here. All right, G, my boy.
Peace.